So good evening and welcome back everyone to this amazing platform of PW NEET English and myself Biswajit, your zoology mentor. Today again with another live session for practicing questions, obviously relevant questions for upcoming NEET 2026. Welcome Priya, welcome Shreyansi. Very good evening to everyone. Surya, very good evening. So how you all are doing? So prior starting the class, let me tell that for today's session, most of the questions will be from class 11th and obviously few questions will be from class 12th. And this session includes all kind of questions like one word kind of questions, statement based questions, assertion reasons will be there, match the followings will be there. As you know that if you follow the recent trend for biology, either you check in botany or zoology, in both the sections you are going to find lengthier questions, right? So for that we have to practice more and more statement based, assertion reason, match the following kind of questions. Ashwin, very good evening, welcome to the class. Okay, so let's start with first question of today. And the question is here, identify the type of most popular contraceptive device whose features are given below. So the question is from the chapter reproductive health from class 12 and the options are they do not interfere with the act of coitus, they are effective barriers for insemination, they help in reducing the risk of sexually transmitted diseases. So you can answer. Pratik is answering option 1. Doctors from AIMS answering option B. Surya answering option 1. Okay. Priya Kumari has answered option B. Syed Asifa has answered option B as well. Okay. So let us check. So the answer for this question is gonna be option B. How we can guess the perfect or correct answer? Obviously we know that as per NCERT the most popular contraceptive that is given as IUD. But one more hint is given in this particular question. This help in reducing the risk of sexually transmitted diseases. Intrauterine devices doesn't have this capability to stop sexually transmitted diseases that is caused by only barriers, that is condom. Let's move to the next question, and the question is cellulose does not form blue color with iodine because it will not be giving a positive reaction with iodine test. What will be the reason? Is it helical molecule? It does not contain complex helix. It breaks down the iodine and reacts with it. The fourth option, it is a disaccharide. So please give your answer. Yeah, many of you are giving answer as B. Cellulose gonna give negative result for iodine test as because it is a straight linear chains of beta D glucose. So as because it doesn't contain any pocket, there is no place for iodine binding. So that's why it won't be giving blue black color when starch iodide is formed generally. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. Now before moving to the next question, you know that we are with a new channel of WhatsApp, and by scanning this QR you can get the access of our PW WhatsApp channel. So what is the importance of that particular WhatsApp group? In that particular group, we are giving our prior notifications, polls, new kind of questions, very informative videos, and obviously many more things. For that, you can scan this QR to get access in our WhatsApp channel. Now let's move forward to the third question. Which of the following feature is not present in Periplaneta americana? The options are exoskeleton composed of N-acetyl glucosamine, metamerically segmented body, schizocoelom as body cavity, indeterminate and radial cleavage during embryonic development. Yes, very good evening, Monisha. Yeah, poll is also provided. So most of you are answering option D. Okay. So 100% of you have given answer as option D, and obviously this is the correct answer. The indeterminate and radial cleavage is not performed or exhibited by Periplaneta americana. The cleavage type during the time of embryogenesis will be determinate and spiral cleavage. And remember, this is not, though this is a out of NCERT question, but we got this question in NEET 2020, NEET 2016. Now let's come to the next question. Instantly lactating mothers do not generally conceive due to. The answer is hidden in the chapter Reproductive Health. Suppression of gonadotropins, hypersecretion of gonadotropins, suppression of gametic transport, suppression of fertilization. And most of you are giving answer as option D. Okay, let's check. Few of you have given answer as option A. Pratik, Shreyansi, Syed, Mursalin, doctors from AIMS, Inchara SR. Okay. So the perfect answer for this particular question is gonna be option A or option 1, that is suppression of gonadotropins. Yes. The reason lies here that instantly lactating mother will be producing a higher titer of the hormone prolactin. Prolactin hormone is also called as LTH, luteotropic hormone. Now, due to the raised titer of prolactin hormone or luteotropic hormone, gonadotropins will be inhibited. Prolactin act as gonadotropin inhibitor. So, due to the suppression of gonadotropin, there will be no chance of ovulation as well as fertilization. So, you might have heard the term lactational amenorrhea, right? So, here lies the answer. Let's come to the next question from biomolecule chapter, and the question is, ligase is a class of enzyme responsible for catalyzing the linking together of two compounds. Which of the following bond is not catalyzed by ligase? Okay, so let's check how many of you can give correct answer for this particular question. It's a very easy one from the chapter biomolecules. We know that there are 6 classes of enzymes are there, and many of you are answering D, many of you are answering B. Okay, so ligase, the enzymes responsible for linking the bonds, right? And remember this trick, PO-CO CN. So the answer gonna be option A. The answer is gonna be option A. Ligase cannot catalyze the linking of bond between carbon and carbon. It's mentioned in the lines of NCERT. You can check over there, right? If you follow this particular trick, oth lil, there are 6 classes of enzymes are there. O for oxidoreductase, T for transferase, H for hydrolase, L for lyase, I for isomerase, and class 6 enzyme, that is ligase. They can link PO, CO, CN, but they cannot link CC. This is the trick. POCO, you know, there is a mobile brand called POCO. So POCO and CS, CN. Now let's come to the next question. Cause of increased population growth in India are. Now this is going to be a very easy question for you all. Again, the question is from reproductive health. Cause of increased population growth, increase in birth rate or natality, decrease in maternal mortality rate, which we call MMR, lack of education, or all of the above. Okay, so here is the answer, option 4, that is all of the above. Why India as a developing country has outbursting population growth due to increased birth rate and decreased child mortality rate. Decreased maternal mortality rate means mother is not dying, child is not dying, but there is more newborn babies are there. Lack of education, they don't know hum do hamare do policy, right? So answer will be all of the above. Bunny Maharaj, yes. So next question, assertion and reason type. Let's check it. Overpopulation has become a serious problem in the developing countries, right? And reason is given, it does exhaust natural resources, cause unemployment and pollution. You can guess the answer. So if we check the question, the assertion, overpopulation has become a serious problem in developing countries. Obviously, this is true fact for us. And the reason is also true. It does exhaust natural resources, cause unemployment and pollution. That's also a true factor. Now you have to match either they are justifying each other or not. So here we got the answer. So 90.91% of you have given a correct answer. That's pretty good. So answer will be both assertion and reason are true, and reason is the correct explanation. Obviously, why overpopulation is causing difficulties for our country? The reason will be that will be exhausting natural resources, there will be scarcity of land, there will be scarcity of job, and that's why that will be causing unemployment for us. Next question, which of the following statement is incorrect? So let's check the statement. According to 2001 census, our population growth rate was 1.7%. Marriageable age, according to NCERT, male and female is respectively 21 and 18 years. And ideal contraceptive should be reversible. The problem of infertility in India lies most often in female partners. Let's check the answers. Yeah, this is a kind of leaderboard. Whatever answer you are giving to the comment section, that is gonna take the answer from there only. That's why you can see the generation of the answer in the leaderboard. Okay, so we have to find out the incorrect statement, and the incorrect statement is option D. The incorrect statement is option D. The problem of infertility more often lies in male, not in female. A direct line from our NCERT book. Yes, exactly. Now here you can see the leaderboards. 9 of you have answered correctly. Pratik, Syed, Aifa and Priya. That's very good. Keep on moving. We are coming to the next question. An important characteristic that hemichordates share with chordates. Okay, a very interesting question. Let's see the answer. Characteristics which are hemichordates, which are transitional group of animal in between non-chordates and chordates, that sharing with chordates. Is it absence of notochord or ventral tubular nerve cord or pharynx with gill slits or pharynx without gill slits? Annapurna has answered, Saurya has answered, Divya also answered, Inchara sir also answered, Shreya. Okay, many of you are answering. So this will be the correct answer, that is option third, pharynx with gill slits. Hemichordates, who are hemichordates? Balanoglossus and Saccoglossus, right? Second smallest phylum, right? Also we call this phylum Hemichordata as a transitional group of animal because of the presence of their stomochord. Let's move to the next question. Which of the following statements wrongly represent the nature of smooth muscles? Okay, you can answer. And the options are given as follows. These muscles have no striation. They have an involuntary, they are involuntary muscles. Communication among the cells performed by intercalated disc. These muscles are present in the wall of blood vessels. Mursalin, Divya, Shreyansi, Priya, Kanavon, Yadahi. Okay, so most of you have answered in a proper manner, and the answer gonna be wrong option for smooth muscles. They are option 3, intercalated disc. Intercalated disc. So the first answer was given by Shreyansi, then Pratik, then Sidhya, Aifa, then Priya Kumari. That's great. Okay, so this is the answer, intercalated disc. Communication, there's a particularly gap junction or communication junction you are gonna get inside cardiac muscles, not into smooth muscles. Yes, exact. Monisha has given correct answer because intercalated discs are present in cardiac muscles. Yeah. Now, related to these questions, this particular question, can you tell me that we know that muscles, most of the muscles of our body, they are mesodermal in origin, right? Because muscular tissue and connective tissue, mostly they are mesodermally originated. But can you give example? Okay, Pratiksha. But can you give example of a muscle which is not originated mesodermally, which is actually originated ectodermally? These are exceptional muscles. Who can answer the question? Nerves. Nerves are ectodermally originated, but I am talking about muscle. We know that most of the muscles, no, nerve is not the answer. Nerves are ectodermally originated. That is a different set of tissue, neural tissue. I am talking about muscular tissue. I am talking about muscular tissue. Muscles, embryonic origin of muscles are mesoderm. But we have two muscles in our body which are ectodermally in origin. Yes, the answer is a skeletal muscle are purely mesodermally originated. The answer, These muscles you will be finding inside your eyes. They are muscles of your iris and muscles of your ciliary body. Muscles of your iris and muscles of your ciliary body are exceptional muscles because they are not mesodermally originated, they are ectodermally originated. Yes. Let's move forward to the next question, and the question is, select the correct route for passage of sperms in male frogs. Find out the answer. Correct route of passage for sperm in male frogs. Yeah, Amaravati has given right answer, ciliary muscles and iridial muscles. Correct. Monisha also given perfect answer. Yeah, iris is deleted. I was just asking out of interest. Okay, now please answer this particular question. Correct route for passage for sperm in male frog: testes, then vasa efferentia, kidney, seminal vesicle, urinogenital duct, cloaca. Testis, vasa efferentia, Bidder's canal, ureter, cloaca. Testis, vasa efferentia, kidney, Bidder's canal, urogenital duct, cloaca. Okay. So this is our correct answer. Option third. The sperm will move through testis, then vasa efferentia, then it will enter into the kidney. That's why we said there is direct connection between the kidney of frogs and the testis, and they will be forming a common canal called Bidder's canal, and that will get merged with urethra to form urinogenital duct, and ultimately they will get out from body through the cloacal zone. What do you mean by cloaca? Now who can answer me? What do you mean by cloaca? Obviously, I will be sharing the PDF in a PW app. Now here I have a question. What is cloaca? Do we have cloaca? I'm moving forward to the next question. Please answer my question, that what do you mean by cloaca? A single opening in frog. Yeah, cloaca is basically a common opening for alimentary canal and excretory tract as well as reproductive tract. Cloaca is a common opening of digestive tract, reproductive tract and excretory system. We have for digestive system we have anal opening, for reproductive system we have different opening, for excretory system we have different opening, right? But frogs, sharks and few reptiles, they have common opening for these three systems and we call it cloaca. Now let's come to the next question. Frog's heart, when taken out of the body, it can be similar for you, for us also. So you have taken out heart from frog's body, till it's continuing to beat for some times. Select the best option for the following statements. Sharing the poll. So is it due to the poikilothermicity? Poikilothermicity means cold-bloodedness. Frog does not have any coronary circulation. Heart is myogenic in nature. Heart is autoexcitable. Option D you are saying. Okay. So let's check the answer. Yeah, it's gonna be option D. Heart is myogenic nature, and myogenic heart means auto-excitable. It has SA node similar to our heart only. For this particular concept, even if I take out your heart from your body, it will keep on beating for 24 hours, and that is the reason we can perform cardiac transplantation, right? Okay. Now here is another question. Which of the following factors are favorable for formation of oxyhemoglobin in our alveoli? Now it's quite easy question. Favorable condition for formation of oxyhemoglobin into our alveolar blood. Is it low PCO2 and high H plus concentration, low PCO2 and high temperature, low PO2 and high PCO2, high PO2 or low H plus concentration? Yeah, most of you have given the correct answer. That is option 4, high partial pressure of oxygen and low concentration of H plus ion means towards alkalinity, towards basicity, and that will promote formation of oxyhemoglobin near to the alveolar blood. So here is the leaderboard. Jeet bhai, okay, then Monisha, Moni, then Swaib, that's great, then Shreyansi, then Pratiksha, okay. Okay, so tell me how many of you are, so I got a question from Priya, sir, if a person died and then we took out heart, then it won't beat. No, it is depending upon the condition, it's depending upon the situation of that particular person, right? If the person died due to the massive cardiac infraction, massive heart attack, then obviously our heart is in a blocked mode, heart is in a stopped mode, then you cannot regenerate the heartbeats, right? But if there is a natural death, then generally we consider brain dead condition as a natural death. So after that only, if you take out the heart, it will keep on beating, and you can, with the consent of that particular person and with his or her family, you can transplant the heart to the needy patient. Okay, it's Sania. Okay, let's come to another question. A person with blood group A negative, ARH negative means A negative, can receive the blood transfusion from which of the following types? Okay, seems easy question. A person with A negative blood can receive, if you have a blood group of A negative, so from which other donors you can receive the blood? So many of you are answering as option D. Okay, so we have choices. Can you take blood from B negative blood group person? No. Can you take blood from AB negative person? No. Can you take blood from O negative person? Yes. Can you take blood from A negative person? Yes. Can you take person in positive person? No. Positive blood groups, a person with positive blood group can never take blood of a person with negative blood group, cannot, a person with negative blood group cannot take blood from a positive blood group person, but a person with positive blood group happily can take blood from a negative blood group person. So here you got the answer, option 4, option D. Okay. Another question from biomolecules, and the question is like this: lecithin. No issue, Surya. Lecithin, a small molecular weight organic compound found in living tissues, is an example of glycerides, carbohydrate, amino acid, phospholipids. Quite an easy one. Lecithin, is it a glyceride? You can check the molecular structure of lecithin as well. So most of you are giving perfect answer, that is option D. Yeah, Monisha, Shreyanshi, Priya, Arumugam, doctors from AIMS, Rajashri, all of you have given correct answer. And this is a phospholipid. Yes, this is the phosphate moiety of this particular lipid molecule. So the answer is phospholipid. Okay, so here is a hidden line from NCERT, from biomolecule, and the hidden line is inorganic. We know the elemental or chemical analysis technique, right? For that we will be getting a filtrate and a retentate. So if you are asked that inorganic compounds are present into filtrate or retentate, so answer is given in NCERT. The acid soluble fraction we also call these as filtrate. So inorganic compounds you will be finding inside acid soluble fraction or filtrate. That's a hidden line from NCERT. So for this particular question, this is the answer, phospholipids. Okay. Now let's come to the next question. Consider the following features: organ system level of organization, bilateral symmetry, true coelom with segmentation of body. Select the correct option. Organ system level means all the developed features from basis of classification. Bilateral symmetry, true coelom and segmentation of body. Do not forget this particular part. Okay, so the answer gonna be option C. Yeah, so 75% of you have given perfect answer, and it's Pratiksha, Mursalin and Suaib, and the answer will be Anarcho, Annelida, Arthropoda and Chordata, as because only these three phylum will be showing this segmentation property. Next question. Match the following group of organism with their respective distinctive characteristics feature and select the correct option. Okay, you can put your answer. It's not Swipes or Sania. It's my bro's name. Not an issue, not an issue. It's Sania. Welcome to the class. Okay. So the answer gonna be platyhelminths. Platyhelminths, bilateral symmetry with incomplete digestive system, echinoderms, radial symmetry with indirect development, hemichordates, cylindrical body with segmentation, apes, warm-blooded animals with direct development. So most of you, all of you have given correct answer. Rajeshri, Pratiksha, Shreyans, Jidbhai, ISRO fan, that's great. Siada Ifa, Monisha, Sania, Divya, doctor from AIMS, Priya, Kavya, G. Keshav, Kanavon and Surya. So this is the answer. Coming to the next question. Which of the following characteristics is incorrect with respect to cockroach? Whenever you are answering this kind of question in Haribari, obviously during the time of the peak hours of your NEET, you are filling the OMR sheets, then please consider your time span for checking this kind of things. So characteristics incorrect with respect to cockroach. What are the characteristics features? 10th abdominal segment in both sexes bears a pair of anal cerci. A ring of gastric ceca is present at the junction of midgut and hindgut. Hypopharynx lies within the cavity enclosed mouth parts. In female, 7th to 9th sterna together form genital pouch. Most of you are giving option B. If you are answering as option A, okay. Carefully read all the statements. So the Answer is gonna be option B. Only 27% of you have given correct answer. 3 students, Monisha, Mursalin and Arumugam Thilagavati. Okay, that's pretty great. 3 of you have given correct answer. Why so? A ring of gastric cica is present at the junction of midgut or hindgut? No, this gastric cica are present at the junction of foregut and midgut. Yes, that should be the correct option. So that's why this is the wrong answer. Okay, now please take this question again. Match the following. If you can remember the examples from animal kingdom, this is quite easy question. A cup of tea for you. Aptenodytes, scientific name for what? Aptenodytes, Pteropus, Pterophyllum and Pteromyzone. Okay. So you are answering option C. Yes, Aptenodytes, penguin. Pteropus, flying fox. Pterophyllum, angelfish, beautiful aquarium fish. Petromyzon, lamprey. So this is gonna be the answer. 87% of you have correctly answered this question. And Shri Nanda, Pratiksha, Sayadiaifa, Jidvai, that's great. Kanwan, Priya, Soria. So this is the answer. Option 3. Another question from animal kingdom. Match the following. Metamerism, canal system, completes, nidoblast. Your favorite chapter. Actually, it's a great chapter. Yeah, for many, animal kingdom is nightmare as well. I know that. So you people are answering. Most of you are answering option C. One doctors from him has answered option B. Okay, great. So let me check. Metamerism, you're gonna get inside the annelid. Canal system, what a canal system in porifera. Comb plate into Ctenophora and nidoblast into Coelenterata. So A for 3, B for 4, C for 2. So this is the answer, option C. So 87%, most of you have correctly answered this question, and these are the pupils who have correctly answered this particular question. Now let's move forward to the next question. Okay, a question from breathing and exchange of gases from class 11th. It's an assertion and reason type question. The assertion is saying during the transportation of gases, about 20 to 25% of carbon dioxide is carried by hemoglobin as carbaminohemoglobin. What do you think? Obviously, that's a true statement. Reason is saying that this binding is related to high partial pressure of carbon dioxide and low partial pressure of oxygen into the tissue. Okay. So what do you think? What will be the answer? All of you are answering C. Assertion and reason both are true and R is correct explanation. Okay. Yeah, exactly. This is the so all of you have answered in a perfect manner. G. Keshav, Sonia, Sania, Kanavan, Sayadafia, Kavya, Sinanda, Saurya, Divya, Bala Saheb, Makape, Shreyanshi and Nagamma. Okay, so you all have given correct answer, option 3. Moving forward to the next question, select the correct statements with reference to chordates. Okay. Now we have to choose the correct options from this particular given sentences. Presence of a presence of a mid-dorsal solid and double nerve cord, presence of post-anal tail, presence of paired pharyngeal gill slits, presence of a dorsal heart, triploblastic pseudocoelomate animals. You have to check for chordates. So mid-dorsal solid, double nerve cord. This is a wrong statement. Presence of post-anal tail, exclusive feature for chordate. Presence of paired pharyngeal gill slits, exclusive feature for chordates. Presence of dorsal heart, no way. Ventral heart should be there. And triploblastic, obviously pseudocoelomate, no. So it should be option B and option C. Yeah. Let me check how many of you have given correct answer. Okay, 100% of you have given, 11 of you have given correct answer. And these are the students: Shreyanshi, Sayadaifa, Sinanda, Sania, Monisha, Rajashri. All of you have given correct answer. Okay. Now, before solving this question, I have a question for you. You all know about the enzyme called restriction endonuclease, right? So my question is, this particular enzyme restriction endonuclease belongs from which class? What is the, we know about there are 6 classes of enzymes are there, right? There are 6 classes of enzymes are there. So restriction endonuclease belong to which class of enzyme? Class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5, class 6. Restriction endonuclease. Lyase. Monisha is saying it's lyase. Shreyans is saying it's lyase. Shrinanda saying it's nuclease. Okay. All of you are giving the answer lyase, restriction endonuclease. Just try to think, what is the purpose of using restriction endonuclease? Where we use this? We use restriction endonuclease to cut DNA molecule, right, into the specific sites. Obviously they are nucleases, but there is no class in enzyme called as nuclease. Oth-lil, oxidoreductase, transferase, hydrolase, lyase, isomerase, ligase. These are the 6 classes of enzyme. It's cutting DNA, but it's cutting what kind of bond? Basically, it will be cutting the phosphodiester bond. It's cutting ester bond, and ester bond, the catalysis of ester bond will be done by hydrolases, class 3 enzyme. You can check NCERT line, right? It's hydrolase. Yeah. Now let's come to the next question. Identify the types of cell junctions that help to stop leakage of the substances and across the tissue and facilitation of communication. A very easy question. I think now you can answer this perfectly. First, you have to find out a cell junction which stop leakage. Secondly, a cell junction which is acting as a communicating junction. Okay, so all of you have given correct answer. You are commenting option B. That's quite right. Okay. Yeah, 93% of you have given correct answer, and this is firstly tight junction, which will be stopping the leakage, and then communicating junction are called gap junctions. Let's come to the next question. The unique mammalian characteristic features are, okay, you have to find out the correct one. You know about the exclusive features of mammals, the most advanced group of animals in the course of evolution. All of you are answering option A. Okay. So let me check. Here, subcutaneous hair, the mammalian characteristics which are, yes, pinna, mammary glands. So this is the answer. So 100% of you have given correct answer. For second option, hair is there, pinna is there, but indirect development is not there in mammals. For third, pinna is there. We have dicondylic skull. We don't have monocondylic skull. For fourth option, tympanic membrane. We have tympanic membrane, but that is not an exclusive feature for us. Okay. Next, assertion and reason type question. The ovum retains most of the cytoplasmic content of the primary oocyte in course of oogenesis and is much larger than spermatozoa, and reason is said that the ovum needs energy to actively seek out spermatozoa for fertilization. Okay, seems easier one. Thank you, Sania. So you are answering option 3, option C. Assertion is true, but reason is false. Many of you are saying. Okay, let me check. Why you are answering option C? I don't know. Poll is stopped, and according to me, the answer should be option 1. Both the assertion and reason are correct. So G. Kesab, Priya, Shreyansi, Balasaheb, Kanavan, Bujji, Divya, they have given perfect answer for this particular question. But I don't know why most of you were answering as option C. See, the ovum retains most of the cytoplasmic content of the primary oocyte and it is much larger than spermatozoa. Obviously, the average size of a sperm cell is near about 5 micron, whereas the average size of ovum or oocyte is near about 100 micron. Yeah, so that is obviously true statement. But why it's retaining most of the cytoplasm? Because when fertilization will take place, sperm merely will be donating cytoplasm, which will be acting as a resource for the upcoming embryo. So all the resources and energy who is acquiring, who is gathering inside that? The ovum. So that should be the perfect reason. The ovum needs energy to actively seek out spermatozoa for fertilization, because sperm will be only donating the nucleus, the haploid nucleus, and one centriole. Rest everything will be present, should be present inside that ovum. Yeah, ovum obviously will be needing energy. For what? Ovum needs energy for the upcoming zygotic cleavage, zygotic development. Upon fertilization, instantly there will be formation of zygote, right? Now for the zygotic cleavage, it needs a lot of energy. So that is the reason there is unevenness during the time of oogenesis. While you are observing the oogenesis, this is the primary oocyte. When it's dividing, it will form the secondary oocyte and a smaller first polar body, and upon fertilization it will be forming the ootid and a second polar body. Now why this kind of biasness is happening during the time of cell division of ovum? Uneven cytokinesis but equal karyokinesis due to its a need for preservation of energy and cytoplasm. Come to the next question. Goblet cells of alimentary canal are modified from, okay, easy or one. Ovum actively seeks for sperm. You know that it's the ovum which will be giving permission to sperm to enter during the time of fertilization. So for this particular question, I can see miscellaneous kind of answer. You are writing in the comment box. Okay, goblet cells. They are unicellular glands present into our body. This is the shape of goblet cell. So what do you think? Their modification of what kind of epithelial cell? By observing this structure, elongated pillar-like structure. So the answer is columnar epithelial cells. So let me check how many of you have given correct answer. 29% of you have given correct answer. Kundan Singh and Sanjit. Okay, you two are given correct answer. Goblet cells, they are mucus secreting cells, and obviously they are modified version of columnar epithelial cells. You can check the shape of this particular goblet cell, which is regarded as one of the unicellular glands of our body along with Paneth cell. Now let's come to the next question. The following are the statements about the non-chordates. Okay, another question from animal kingdom. Following on the statements. So let me give the poll. You can check the options. Pharynx is perforated by gill slits. We have to find for non-chordates. Pharynx is perforated by gill slits. No. Notochord is absent. Yes. Central nervous system is dorsal. Yeah, central nervous system is dorsal for non-chordate. No. Heart is dorsal. Yes. Posternal tail is absent. Yes. So the answer gonna be B, D and E. So first option. So 80% of you have given correct answer. Shreyansi, Sayada, Pratiksha. Okay. Now please check this particular question. Open circulatory system is present in, again another question which is bridging two chapters, that is animal kingdom as well as our circulatory system, right? Body fluids and circulation, which is bridging two chapters. So this kind of multi-concept questions can be asked. Okay, so are you done with this? So the answer gonna be so let me check. 80% of you have given correct answer. The answer is option 3. Anopheles, which is a mosquito arthropod, Limax, open circulatory system, snail, and Limulus, another arthropod, a living fossil called king crab. Okay, now if you consider the first option, Palimon is arthropod, a kind of shrimp. Nereis, annelid with closed circulatory system. Option 2, Hirudinaria with closed circulatory system, the leech. Option 4, Ferritima with closed circulatory system, right? So that's why we got our correct option, that is option 3. Now let's move forward to the next question. Which of the following pairs is an incorrect match? Another easier one. Annelids and arthropods with bilateral symmetry, sponges, acylomates. We have to find out the incorrect match, remember. So most of you are answering as option D is correct answer. Okay, incorrect match. So annelids and arthropods, obviously they will show bilateral symmetry. Sponges, they are acylomates. Coelenterate and ctenophores, they exhibit radial symmetry. Platyhelminths, they are not diploblastic. So this is our answer, option D. Yeah, so 100% of you, all of you have given correct answer for this particular question. Obviously, it was an easier kind of question. Now let's move forward to another assertion and reason. Okay, so the assertion said that members of subphylum vertebrates possess a notochord during the embryonic period. The notochord is replaced by a cartilaginous or bony vertebral column in adult, right? So thus all chordates are vertebrates, not all vertebrates are chordates. Another easier question. It's a PYQ basically. Quickly answer this particular question. Assertion and reason type question. Okay, so these are the options. These are the options. So the option will be both assertion and reason are true, and reason is the correct explanation. Okay. Now here I am with another hidden line from NCERT. So before this, let me ask you a question. That is, for this question there was some problem. Option was not given in a proper manner. Okay, so not an issue. But let me ask you a question. Reason is not false. Why reason is false? All chordates are vertebrates. Thus all chordates. Yes. Thus all chordates are vertebrates, and not all vertebrates are. Reason is false. Reason is false, and assertion is true. Okay. Yeah, reason is false. So let me ask you a question here, that which phylum is known exclusively for presence of chitin? Which phylum of animal is known for exclusive presence of chitin? Can you answer me into the comment box? Arthropoda. Yeah, we know chitin is exoskeleton substance, which is basically a homopolymer of NAG, right? N-acetyl glucosamine, and also you're gonna get that presence of chitin into the cell wall of fungi. But here is hidden line from NCERT, and the line is the mollusks have a soft body surrounded by external calcareous cell, and the body is also covered with external skeleton made up of chitin. So do not forget to read this kind of hidden lines from NCERT. So this kind of questions can be given. Chitin is not present only in arthropods as exoskeletal structure, but also it's a part of exoskeletal structure of this phylum Mollusca. I am not telling it, NCERT is saying this. Okay, now let's come to another question. Which type of tissue correctly matches with its location? Okay. Correct option. Which type of tissue correctly matches with the location? smooth muscles, wall of intestine, areolar tissue, tendons, transitional epithelium, cuboidal epithelium, with tip of nose or lining of stomach. So let me check how many of you have given. I don't know, something, there is some technical problem happening with poll. Sir, off the poll and restart it. Let me check. It's not coming. Okay. Now we got the poll. Smooth muscle, are they part of wall of intestine? Yes. Areolar tissue, are they part of tendons? No. Transitional epithelium, are they part of tip of nose? They are part of our ureter. Cuboidal epithelium, are they part of lining of stomach? No. Cuboidal epithelium, the lining of stomach will be made by columnar epithelium. So we got the answer. So 100% all of you have given the correct answer. Okay. Now next question. Which among this correct combination of aquatic mammals? Another question from the chapter Animal Kingdom. An option with all the aquatic mammals. So you all are answering option. Okay, Shreyansi, Rajashree, Pratiksha, Surya, Dr. from AIMS, GK Keshav, Kavya, all of you are answering option C. Okay, so let me check. For first one, seal, dolphin, shark. Shark is not aquatic mammal. Dolphin, aquatic mammal. Seal, aquatic mammal. Trigon, not aquatic mammal. Chondrichthyes, whale, aquatic mammal. Dolphin, aquatic mammal. Seal, aquatic mammal. So option C is the correct answer, and 66% of you have given the correct answer. For option 4, trigon is not the mammalian animal. Okay, now let's move to our next question. The ciliated epithelial cells, question from structural organization, are required to move particles or mucus in a specific direction. In humans, these cells are mainly present in a very easier one. Okay, so the answer is option B, and 100% of you have given correct answer. It's bronchioles and fallopian tubes. Now here I got a question for you all, and the question is like this, that we know about different kinds of epithelial tissue and their modified versions. Now when you talk about cuboidal epithelium, we have simple cuboidal epithelium, we have brush border cuboid epithelium, and we have ciliated cuboidal epithelium. Now we know that brush border cuboidal epithelium is quite abundant into the proximal convoluted tubule present into nephrons of our kidney. So my question is, where inside our body you can get ciliated cuboidal epithelium? My answer is not brush, my question was not brush border cuboidal epithelium. My question is ciliated cuboidal epithelium inside our body. It's not present into PCT. Proximal convoluted tubule has brush border cuboidal epithelium, where you can get ciliated cuboidal epithelium. PCT is not the answer. Fallopian tube, ciliated columnar epithelium. Fallopian tube. Monisha has given terminal bronchioles. Yes, few ciliated cuboidal epithelial cells you can get inside the terminal bronchioles, not in terminal bronchioles, respiratory bronchioles, small bronchioles, and also you will be finding ciliated cuboidal epithelium at the neck part of your collecting duct, at the part of your collecting duct where different nephrons are joining together. So this particular portion is called neck of collecting duct. In this particular zone, you are gonna get quite frequent ciliated cuboidal epithelium. Now come to next question. Cuboidal epithelium with brush border microvilli is found in. You already given the answer. Brush border cuboidal epithelium with microvilli. Is it eustachian tube? No. Is it lining of intestine? No. Is it ducts of salivary glands? No. It's proximal convoluted tubules of nephrons. I think almost you have given correct answer. 100% of you have given correct answer. Now, who is telling me that this eustachian tube, that is a part of which organ? Eustachian tube, you will be finding inside which organ of our body? Can you tell me? Write the comment to the comment section. Eustachian tube. Where you are gonna get eustachian tube inside our body? Here, that's great. Pratiksha has given correct answer. No, Shransi, we are not gonna get eustachian tube into our excretory system. Yeah, Kundan has given correct answer. Here, Kavya has given also correct answer, the same answer. Sania has given correct answer. Here, it's not a ear bone. It will be connecting your middle ear to your pharynx. A tube which connects your middle ear to your pharynx, that tube is called eustachian tube. Okay. Now match the column question. Keeping the poll here, so you can answer. Okay, you heard the step bone. Okay, no issue. No, we don't study this. But yes, while you are studying the anatomy of your respiratory system, there you can get this information. Okay, so most of you are answering option A. Few also answered option D. Okay, let me check. Bronchioles have ciliated epithelium, goblet cell, glandular tissue, tendons, dense regular connective tissue, and adipose tissue, the loose connective tissue. So A for 4. So option A is quite easy one. So 88.89% of you have given correct answer. So this is the match. Let me check the leaderboards. Shreyanshi, Rajashree, Kavya, Saurya, Sania, Nagamma, Aherni, Kundan, they have given correct answer. Another match the following. Again I am sharing the poll. So they're telling about mast cell, inner surface of bronchiole, blood, tubular parts of nephron. Okay. Next MCQ will be 150 most important questions of physics for tomorrow. So must sell, a big brother of basophil cell, right? Must cell. They also secrete those three magical chemicals. We call them heparin, histamine, and serotonin. So mast cell, that is going with areolar connective tissue, inner surface of bronchiole, ciliated epithelium, blood, specialized connective tissue, tubular part of nephron, cuboidal epithelium. So A is going with 2, B is going with 1. So option is option B, and 100% of you have given correct answer. Let's move forward to another statement based question. Okay, what happened, Aru? Okay, so this statement is ligaments are dense irregular tissue. Statement 2 is cartilage is dense regular tissue. Let me share the poll. Easier one. Ligaments are dense irregular or dense regular? And cartilage, I don't think they are dense regular tissue. Let me check your answer. Yeah, there will be all, for this session there will be all the chapters, most of the chapters of zoology. So many of you are answering as option B and many of you are answering as option C. So ligaments are dense irregular tissue, not they are dense regular tissue, and cartilage is dense regular tissue. No way, cartilage is specialized connective tissue. So both the statements are false. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are false. Let me check how many have given correct answer. Huh? No one of you have given correct answer. All of you have given option B. Statement 1 is true. Ligament, is it dense irregular tissue? Ligament is dense regular connective tissue. Cartilage is dense regular. No, cartilage is specialized connective tissue. No, timing will be similar from 6 to 10 or 11, like that. Yeah. Now, another question. In both sexes of cockroach, a pair of jointed filamentous structure called anal cerci are present on 8 to 9 segment, 11 segment, 5th segment or 10th segment. Let me share the poll. They are asking about the location of anal style. The question is the sexes of cockroach, a pair of jointed filamentous structure, annals. Okay, if it's I'm extremely sorry, it should be anal cerci only. And all of you have given correct answer. That is option D. Anal cerci present on 10th segment, but anal style present at the 9th segment of male cockroach. Remember this. Let's move forward to another question from structural organization. 3 types of muscles are given as A, B, C. To correct matching pair along with there, you have to choose the correct match. No issue. If you have problem for joining in this particular time slot, you can check the recorded session of this particular portion. Okay, so all of you are giving the answer as option A, and few of you are giving answer as option B, and few of you are answering as option D for this particular question. Okay, check this carefully. So first one, this is cylindrical cells, unbranched cells, skeletal muscles. These are fusiform shape, smooth muscle, and with branched with intercalated disc means cardiac muscle. Okay, so the answer gonna be option D. Though most of you have answered as option A. Why? Skeletal muscle, option A, our tricep, right? Smooth muscle present into stomach, that is involved into the churning movement of stomach or the peristalsis of stomach. And cardiac muscle, option C, that is present into heart. That's why option 4 is the correct answer. Now another match the following question from structural organization in animals. They're asking about unicellular epithelium, glandular, compound epithelium, multicellular, glandular, endocrine epithelium. Easier question. So it's like this: unicellular glandular epithelium gonna be goblet cell, compound epithelium inside your mouth, moist surface of buccal cavity, non-keratinized compound stratified epithelium. Then multicellular glandular epithelium is your salivary gland, and endocrine epithelium you're gonna get inside the pancreas. So the match will be like this: A for 3, B for 4. So option A is our correct one. So 100% of you have given correct answer, and they are Rajashree, Soria, then Sania, then Pratiksha, Kavya, Monisha, Henry, Nagamma, Kanavan, doctors from AIMS. Okay. Which of the following statement is correct about the type of junction and their role in our body? Again, another easier question. Already we have practiced this sort of question before. Please check the options in a proper way, then answer. Adhering junctions facilitate the cells to communicate with each other. Tight junctions help to stop substance from leaking. Tight junctions help it to perform cementing to keep neighboring cells together. Gap junctions help to create gap between the cells. So the answer is gonna be option B, and most of you have given correct answer. Tight junctions are responsible for stopping the leakage of substance inside our body. Adhering junctions are also called as the welding junctions or cementing junctions, and gap junctions are called as communication junctions. Okay, now here I have a question for you all. Out of these three junctions, tight, gap and adhering, which is the strongest junction of a tissue? Out of these three junctions, which is the strongest junction of our tissue? Is it tight, adhering or gap? Tight junction, as because it's tight, you are answering, you are thinking that it should be the toughest, the strongest one. Okay. Let me give you one example. If there are two friends and they are holding each other with hand, they are just holding each other. And the second phenomena, you are doing welding. Have you seen ever? Have you ever seen that the in mechanic shop they are welding the things? So they are welding two equipments of a machine. And thirdly, just a communication bridge between two things. So what do you think? Which one should be the strongest one? Just you are catching each other, you are holding each other, or there should be a proper cementing, proper welding between the two things. So the answer will be adhering. Yeah, not maybe, it should be the adhering junction. Monisha has given correct answer. The strongest junction of a cell, of a tissue. Next question. In which of the following connective tissue the cell secretes fibers of collagen or elastin? Okay, that's a good question. Let me share the poll and please answer. Which of this particular, where inside this particular tissue you are going to get that the cells present inside them, they are secreting collagen fibers and elastin fibers. You are answering option Sania, Doctors for Memes, Pratiksha, Kanavan, Henry, Rajashree, Shreyanshi, Ananya. You people are answering as option B. Okay. You are answering option D as well. Oh. Okay. So let me explain this. The cells of cartilage means chondrocytes, they will be secreting collagen fiber. Osteocytes will be secreting collagen fiber. Inside the adipose tissue, the fibroblast cells, which are actually modified into adipocyte cells, they also secrete collagen fiber. Inside blood, there will be no secretion of fibers. Inside areolar tissue also, there will be secretion of collagen fibers as well as elastin fiber. So the answer will be A, B, C and E. So second one is our correct answer, and oh, 100% of you have given correct answer. Only 4 students though answered properly. Okay. Now let's come to this particular question. Another match the column. Match the column. So we have to find out squamous epithelium, ciliated epithelium, glandular epithelium, compound epithelium. Easier one. Take your time and answer properly. Blood is special connective tissue. It's also called as, blood is also called as fibrous tissue. So people are answering as option D. Okay. So squamous epithelium, you are gonna get at the wall of blood vessel. Okay. Ciliated epithelium, fallopian tube, B for 4, and glandular epithelium, goblet cell, compound epithelium, inner lining of pancreatic ducts. Yeah, option 4. All of you have given correct answer. Let's solve this particular question. The body cells in cockroach discharge their nitrogenous waste in the hemolymph mainly in the form of, we know that cockroaches are uricotelic in nature, but what is the raw form of that uric acid? Is it urea, calcium carbonate, ammonia or potassium urate? Let's give the answer. If you are answering A, if you are answering D, miscellaneous answer, few people are confused. What should be the correct one? If you are answering ammonia, if you are answering urea, so I'm getting a miscellaneous reply for this particular question. Okay, many are answering option A, urea. Let me give the answer. So only 10% of you have given correct answer, and let me see who is that. Shreyansi, that's pretty good. So it's potassium urate. See, cockroaches are uricotelic, and out of these four, what do you mean by urate? Urate means uric acid associated with potassium ion, right? So potassium, they will be producing their excreta in the form of potassium urate, and that will be converted into pure uric acid with the help of their Malpighian tubules. Next question. Okay, another hidden line from NCERT. Frog, which is one of the classical example of amphibia. For that, I have to explain the whole mechanism, which is not given in your syllabus for the cockroach. Just it was an means early year question, means already PYQ 2016 or 17 they had asked the question. You can check it, right? The raw form of excreta produced inside the hemolymph of cockroach, that is potassium urate. Okay, the frog never drinks water but absorb it through the skin. Most of the amphibians and reptiles, they will be never drinking water. Next question. Which of the following features is used to identify a male cockroach from a female cockroach? So it's about sexual dimorphism. Let's answer the question. There are near about 150 questions are there. So there are many questions are there to go. Almost 100 questions are there to go. So for this question, we are getting answer or poll for presence of caudal style. Okay. Let me check the options. Presence of boat-shaped sternum on 9th abdominal segment. You cannot differentiate with that. Presence of caudal style, yeah. Male specific structure. Forewings with darker tegmina, no. Presence of anal cerci present into both the sexes. So you got the answer option 2. Yes, I think most of you have answered properly, and 100% of you have given the correct answer. Now let's move forward to the next question, and the question is select the correct sequence of organs in the alimentary canal of cockroach. Okay, so it's about the digestive system. I'm sharing the poll. Alimentary canal of cockroach. So starting from mouth, esophagus, crop, gizzard, midgut, hindgut, this kind of diagram you'll be getting to the alimentary canal. So let me check. First it should be the pharynx, then esophagus, then crop, pharynx, esophagus, gizzard, crop. Pharynx, esophagus, crop, gizzard, ileum, colon, rectum. So this is the correct answer, option 2. And okay, most of you, 90% of you have given correct answer. Pratiksha, Ananya, Saurya, Monisha, Shreyansi, Sania, Karnavon, Subodh, Dr. Kanishka and Henry. Great. So this question is about another another question from cockroach only. The head of cockroach is removed. It may live for few days. I think multiple times you have practiced this question. Yeah. If you behead a cockroach, still it will be living for 10 to 15 days. That's quite funny. But cockroach will be heartbroken by listening this. You are going to behead the cockroach. So the answer I'm getting option C. Okay. Yeah. The head holds small proportion of the nervous system while the rest is situated along with the ventral part of the body. Let me check how many of given correct answer. 85%. Okay. So this is the leaderboard for this particular question. See what happened. We have studied that cockroaches, they have a brain, and that is not actual brain, but that is a fusion of multiple ganglia. That is called supraesophageal ganglia. But that is not the real head. So if you study the total nervous system of cockroach, there are near about 20 ganglions, major ganglions you will be finding inside the body, and most of the ganglia are present into the thorax and abdominal region. Only few ganglions, supraesophageal, subesophageal ganglia and circumesophageal connectives, these are present into the head region. Rest all the ganglions, they are acting as the processing center of their nervous system. You will be finding throughout the abdominal zone and the thoracic zone. You can walk in the park. This is a easy one. Okay. All vertebrates are chordates, but all chordates are not vertebrates. Why? Even if I'm giving some easier question also, few of you are getting it wrong, right? All vertebrates are chordate, but all chordates are not vertebrates. Another easy question. Upon observing this kind of question again, you can feel like going to park. Yeah, most of the questions I have taken from repeated PYQs. And you have answer. Notochord is replaced by vertebral column in adult of some chordates. So all of you have given correct answer. So with this question, I'll be asking you another question that is from animal kingdom only. So we know that for vertebrates, this notochord is replaced after successful completion of their embryonic life, right? But which group of vertebrata will be pausing notochord throughout their lifespan? Can you please answer? Biology is a scoring subject, right? If you study biology in a proper way, Shreyansi, you can easily score 340, 350. And if you have less interest for physics and chemistry, still you can easily score 100, right? So I had asked a question. Vertebrata, cephalochordata, are they inside vertebrates? No, all of you are giving the wrong answer. Let me clarify it again. I have asked that we know that for vertebrates, subphylum vertebrata, the vertebral column will be, the notochord will be exchanged or will be replaced by vertebral column. But in which of the vertebrate groups we can see persistent notochord throughout the life? Yeah, chondrichthyes. Rajashree has given the correct answer. in cyclostomata as well. Yeah, doctors from AIMS and Rajashree, you both have given correct answer for cyclostomes, and also for chondrichthyes you are gonna get persistent notochord along with the vertebral column throughout the life. Next question. Which of the following is characteristics feature for cockroach regarding sexual dimorphism? Okay, another question from cockroach only. Try to answer this question. It's about sexual dimorphism. Presence of copulatory pad or anal style, presence of anal cerci, dark brown body colored and anal cerci, presence of anal style and wingspan to abdomen ratio, which will be helping you to determine the sex of male cockroach and female cockroach. Okay, astonishingly I can see most of you are giving answer as option A, presence of copulatory pad and anal style. I think you people are confusing with frog and cockroach, in between male frog and male cockroach. This copulatory pad, you are gonna get the first digit of male frog during just prior to their breeding season. So for cockroaches, the answer gonna be option D. Only 18% of you have given correct answer, but majority of you have given option 1 or option A as right answer, and option D is selected by Saurya and Rajashree. Applause from my side. Presence of anal style and wingspan to abdomen ratio. Why option 1 is considered as incorrect? Copulatory pad, that is not a criteria to differentiate between male cockroach and female cockroach. Copulatory pad will be helping you to differentiate male frog to female frog, right? But if you study anal style, present only in male cockroach, and wingspan to abdomen ratio, if this is the abdomen of cockroach, one is male and another is female, how you can differentiate between them? For male cockroach, the wing will be completely covering the abdominal section. For female cockroach, you can observe the last segments of the abdomen. So that's why the wingspan to abdomen ratio is a differentiating factor between a male cockroach and female cockroach. Next question. Match the following organisms with their respective characteristics feature. Okay, I've given the poll here, you can answer. This is a quite easy one. Yeah, sorry, yeah, why you are laughing then? So you are answering as option D, phyla. Inside phyla, you're gonna get radula, the file-like rasping organ. Inside bombyx, the arthropod, you are gonna get the insect, you are gonna get malpighian tubules. Pleurobrachia, you are gonna get complex. Inside tinea, you are gonna get flame cell. So the answer will be phyla for radula, A for 3, B for 4. So option 4. Option D. 90% of you have given correct answer for this particular question. Okay. In cockroach, excretion is brought about by phallic gland, nephrocytes, uricose gland, fat bodies, and collateral gland. excretion or excretory parts of cockroach? Okay, all of you are answering as option 1. Cockroach cannot perform excretion with the help of their phallic gland or conglobate gland. They can perform excretion with uricose gland, which is a part of mushroom gland. They can perform nephrocyte, which is a part of their heart. They can perform excretion with their fat bodies. They cannot perform excretion with the collateral gland. So it will be B, C and D, option 1. Okay, 100% of you have given correct answer, including Kavya, Rajashree, Sania, Kanavan, Dr. Swamems, Ananya, Saurya, Dr. Kanishka and Arumugam. Okay. Now here I have a question for you all. While you are studying excretion in cockroach, you may get a term called storage excretion. So, with the help of which part of their body cockroaches can perform storage excretion? Who can answer? Let me check. Yeah, confusion for what you can ask. Your confusion is, you can, if you are feeling confusing questions and all. No. Rectum is not about their storage excretion. See, you know that when you are studying the developmental stages of cockroach, there will be molting from nymphal stage towards their adulthood, right? So while these nymphs are molting, they are shedding out their exoskeleton, which is made up of chitin. Now they can accumulate uric acid along with the exoskeletal part, and while they are performing ecdysis or molting, they are also releasing their excreta. My question was about the storage excretion in cockroach along with this Malpighian tubules, their uricose gland, their nephrocytes, then fat bodies. Also cockroaches can excrete with the help of their exoskeleton. Okay, now let's come to the next question. Match list 1. Okay, match the column. I am sharing the poll. The structure used for storing food, a ring of 6 to 8 blind tubules at junction of foregut and midgut, ring of 100 to 150 yellow colored thin filamentous at the junction of midgut and hindgut, very easy. The structures used for grinding the food. Okay, so I think most of you can give the correct answer for this particular question. Many of you are answering as A and many of you are answering as C. Okay. So the structure used for storing of food, that is crop. Crop is also storage of food. You will be finding into aves or birds. 6 to 8 blind tubules at the junction of foregut and midgut. They are obviously gastric ceca. Ring of 100 to 150 yellow colored thin filamentous structure. They are Malpighian tubules. Do not confuse with Malpighian tubules and Malpighian corpuscles. Malpighian tubule excretory, the prime excretory structure in insects, and Malpighian corpuscles you will be finding at the beginning part of our nephron. Okay. The structure used for grinding the food, they are gizzard. So the answer is gonna be A for 4, B for 2, for 4, B for 2. So option 2. A for 4, B for option B is the correct answer. Okay, have I done it wrong? A for 4, B for 2, C for 3. This is the correct answer, option 1. Yeah, that was my mistake. In male cockroach, a pair of fibrous structure called anal style are present on. Already I was discussing this question. I think now you can give the answer. Why you are crying, Henry? What happened? Yeah, for previous one that will be option A. For this question, you have to answer the location of anal style in male cockroach. If you are answering option B, you are answering option C. The location of anal cerci is always the 10th abdominal segment. But for anal style, it's little bit different. The answer will be option 1, that is 9th segment of the body. You will be finding this anal style. Come to next question. Frogs have a 3-chambered heart. Select the wrong option from the following statements. Okay. Frogs have 3-chambered heart. You have to select the wrong option. That has 2 ventricles and 1 auricle. Frogs does have incomplete double circulation. Heart has conus arteriosus. Right auricle receive deoxygenated blood from sinus venosus. Okay. Not an issue. Still enough time is there. This is the time you have to start practicing more and more questions. Select the wrong option from the following statements. So let me check how many of you are giving the answer. Saurya has given the answer. Dr. Swamems, Kanavan has given the answer. Okay, so that has 2 ventricles and 1 auricle. Never. Frogs does have incomplete double circulation. Yes. Heart has conus arteriosus. Yes, at the edge of the ventricle. Right auricle receives deoxygenated blood from sinus venosus. So option D is the wrong one, and 83% of you have given the correct answer. Next question. A non-proteinaceous enzyme, easy one. Only group of non-proteinaceous enzyme. Yeah, I got correct answer from Pratiksha, Dr. Swamems, Ananya, Saurya, Sania, Dr. Kanishka, Banerjee, Kanavon. Okay, so the answer is gonna be ribozyme. 87.5% people has given the correct answer. So here I have a question. When you are asked about this ribozyme, which is the only group for non-proteinaceous enzyme, so is it a kind of mRNA, rRNA or tRNA? Which kind of RNA is this? Ribozyme. Obviously ribozymes are made up of RNA, right? So my question is, which kind of RNA responsible for to form this kind of catalytic molecules? mRNA, rRNA or tRNA? What are they? Ribozymes are made up of mRNA, rRNA or tRNA. Can you answer this question? Yeah. Aru Murugam has given answer as rRNA. Sania has given answer as RNA. Doctor from IMS has given as mRNA. Ananya has given answer as tRNA. But the answer is rRNA, ribosomal RNA, responsible for formation of this catalytic RNA molecules. Now, a graph from enzyme. Which of the following describe the given graph correctly? Okay, first observe this graph in a proper manner, then I will be displaying the options. You know this particular diagram from your NCERT, right? So, out of these 4 options, which are going to be the correct one? So, this was the graph which was exhibited in the previous slide. First tell me, is this a kind of exothermic? This graph 2 is a graphical representation of exothermic reaction or endothermic reaction? Please answer me. Graph 2 is a representation of exothermic reaction or endothermic reaction? This y axis will be telling you the energy, potential energy present into the reactants or the substrate and the products. So, I am getting a miscellaneous answer, few are answering B, few are answering A, few are answering D. This is an endothermic reaction, graph 2. Okay. And this, so you mean to say that this is example of endothermic reaction where substrate has higher energy but product has lower energy. It can be endothermic reaction. It is exothermic reaction, right? And this is the activation energy. So for B, this is a non-catalytic reaction. For A, this is a catalytic reaction. So our answer will be the exothermic reaction. Acha. So this one is B. B is non-catalytic. Exothermic reaction, B is, A is presence of enzyme, B is absence of enzyme. So option 1. Next question. Okay, let me elaborate this particular question once again. So these two are different axes. X axis denoting the progression of the reaction, and the y axis will be denoting the potential energy present into the molecule. Suppose this is the starting point of the reaction and this is the ending point of the reaction. So this is the substrate and this is the product. Now if substrate is prevailing into a higher energy state than product, then this should be exothermic reaction. While they were catalyzing or while they were performing the reaction, they had radiated energy. That's why we are calling this exothermic reaction. Now we have to compare two graphs. This particular graph with higher activation energy denotes non-catalytic reaction, and the graph with lower activation energy will be denoting catalytic reaction or reaction with the help of enzyme. This is the answer. If you are jumping higher with high activation energy, so this is a non-catalytic. If you are jumping lower with less activation energy, this is catalytic. Okay. Which one of the following statement is correct with reference to enzyme? Check the poll and answer. So we have to get the correct statement with reference of enzyme. So if saying apoenzyme equals to holoenzyme plus coenzyme, it can't be the answer. Holoenzyme, yes, a transient bonding between apoenzyme and coenzyme. This is our answer, and many of you have given as option B. Yeah. So 87% has given correct answer. And who are they? They are Arumugam, Soria, Sania, Kanavan, Henry, Pavitra, and all. Okay. So here I am giving a 5 minutes of break, and after that I will be coming back. Okay, look, welcome back students to the sessions of 150 most important questions from zoology, which is including all the chapters from class 11th and class 12th biology. So here we got our next question. Okay, for many of my students, it's also from my sides, Ramadan Mubarak. Okay, from the other side of your screen. Okay, so the question is: select the favorable conditions required for the formation of oxyhemoglobin at alveoli. I am sharing the poll here for your answer, seeking your answer. Yeah, thank you, Henry. Okay, so to find out the favorable conditions required for formation of oxyhemoglobin at the alveoli: high PO2, low PCO2, less H plus, lower temperature. Low PO2, so you all are answering easy one. Yeah, option 1. Oxyhemoglobin formation will be there near to the alveolar blood, and obviously you will be finding high PO2, low PCO2, less concentration of H plus ion or protons, and lower temperature. Let me check how many of you have given correct answer. Okay, so 4 of you have given correct answer. Coming to the next question, match the item given in the column 1 and column 2. So, question from biomolecules. Fibrinogen, globulin, albumin, and their respective functions. You have to match the column. You are saying option A, okay. Fibrinogen is responsible for blood clotting, one of the clotting factor of our body, specifically gamma globulin. Yes, gamma globulin or immunoglobulins are acting as antibodies, helping us into defense mechanism, and albumin helping us to maintain osmotic balance of our body. So A for 2, B for 3, C for 1. So obviously option A is our answer. Next question. The two functional group characteristics of sugar. Let me share the poll. Please give the answer. Two characteristics functional group of sugar molecule. Are they carbonyl or hydroxyl, hydroxyl or methyl, carbonyl or phosphate, carbonyl or and methyl? So out of the 4 options, let me check how many of you are giving correct answer. Two functional groups, characteristics of sugar. Option 1, yeah. So 100% of you have given correct answer. That was carbonyl group and hydroxyl group. Now, another hidden line from our NCERT, and the line is saying that coenzymes are also organic compounds, but their association with the apoenzyme is only transient. This is the important line from NCERT. So we know that when you are talking about holoenzymes, the protein part is called apoenzyme and the non-protein part is called cofactor, right? Now the organic cofactor, one of the organic cofactor is our coenzymes, and their association with the apoenzyme is only temporary, only during the time of catalysis. That is the meaning of transient, usually occurring during the course of catalysis. And furthermore, one more important information about coenzyme: Coenzymes serve as cofactors in a number of different enzyme catalyzed reaction. So you will be finding for a particular coenzyme there are different enzymes are available who are gonna ready to take it as the cofactor. So let us solve the the next question. Which of the following statements are true for phylum Chordata? Another animal kingdom. Questions from animal kingdom. Read out carefully the Urochordate. In Urochordata, notochord extends from head to tail. It present throughout the life? No. In Vertebrata, notochord is present during the embryonic period only? Yes. Central nervous system is dorsal and hollow? Yes. Chordata is divided into three subphyla. Are they Hemichordata, Tunicata and Cephalochordata? No. So we got our answer as option B and C. Option 1A. Yes. How it's possible? No one of you have given answer. Okay. Moving forward to the next question. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can someone please write in the comment box, am I audible or not? Okay, so we'll be going with the next question. Consider the following statements. So two statements are given here. Coenzyme or metal ions that tightly bound to enzyme protein is called prosthetic group. A complete catalytic active enzyme which is bound prosthetic group is called apoenzyme. The question is about enzyme, so you have to find out the correct one. Coenzyme or metal ions that is tightly bound with enzyme called prosthetic group. A complete catalytic active enzyme which is bound prosthetic group is called apoenzyme. So you are answering option C. Both A and B are false. Okay. How many of you are answering? Let me check. Arumugam has answered only. What about others? Sania has answered C. Kanavan has answered C. Okay. Yeah, C is the correct answer. Both of the statements are wrong. Coenzymes or metal ions that are tightly bound, you cannot call them prosthetic group. Prosthetic group, obviously they will be binding tightly to the apoenzyme, but coenzymes and prosthetic group, they are totally different thing, right? Coenzymes will be binding loosely. Now a complete catalytic active enzyme with a prosthetic group is called holoenzyme. Apoenzyme is the only protein part. That's why this is also false one. Another match the column. I'm sharing the poll. Inhibitor of catalytic activity possess peptide bonds, cell wall material in fungi and secondary metabolite. Inhibitor of catalytic activity. Yeah, they are asking about competitive inhibitor. Peptide bond, you have to find a protein, cell wall material for fungi, right? A special polysaccharide, secondary metabolite, toxin. So you are answering as option D. Many of you have answered as option D. So inhibitor of catalytic activity, that is malonate. That is A for 2. Possess peptide bonds, collagen, a protein, cell wall material for fungi, chitin, and secondary metabolite, the toxin ricin and abrin. So A for 2, B for 4, option D is the correct one. Next question. Okay, all of you have given correct answer, option D. Yeah. Identify the substances having glycosidic bond and peptide bond. One is having glycosidic bond and another is having peptide bond respectively in their structure. Here you got the poll. Glycosidic bond you'll be finding inside polysaccharides or disaccharides, and peptide bond obviously into polypeptide or protein. So you are answering option D. Yeah, I think so. D is the answer. Chitin, that has glycosidic bond because that is a polymer of N-acetyl glucosamine, and peptide bond. No. Cholesterol doesn't have any peptide bond. So the answer will be option 3, option C. 20% of you have given correct answer. Okay, and this is arumugam. Yeah. Inulin, a polymer of fructose that has the glycosidic bond, and insulin, protein, will be finding peptide bond into insulin. Cholesterol, no, cholesterol doesn't have peptide bond. Okay, so that's why I said fourth one is wrong answer. We got the correct answer, that is option 3. Now the next question. Okay, another question from animal kingdom. You don't have to poll here, you just have to comment your answer at the comment box, and the poll gonna take the answer from the YouTube comment box only. So you don't have to like poll it in a separate manner. Okay, so I'm sharing the poll for this particular question. Gregarious polyphagous paste, adult with radial symmetry, larva with bilateral symmetry, book lungs and bioluminescence. So you people are answering C. Let me check. Gregarious and polyphagous paste, they are locusta. A for 4. Okay. Adult with radial symmetry, larva with bilateral symmetry. Very interesting creature are they, and they the answer will be Asterias. Book lung, you are gonna get inside the scorpion as their respiratory organ, and bioluminescence is exclusive feature into Tinoplana. So A for 4, B for 1, C for 2, D for 3. So option C is correct one, and 100% of you have given correct answer. Doctor from AIMS, Suaib, okay, that is Sania, Makkapatila, Lalita, Khanavan and Arumugam. They have given answer in a right manner. Next question. Identify the statement which is incorrect. Glycine is an example of lipid. Lecithin contains phosphorus atom. Tyrosine possesses aromatic ring. Sulfur is an integral part of cysteine. Please cast your vote for the correct option. RX100 Turbo. RX100 Turbo. It looks like a kind of super bike or something like that. David Putra 2000 or something like that. Has given option as answer as C. Doctor from AIMS given answer A. Soria, B. RX Turbo B, Kavya A, Sania A, Gajen is given A. Okay, which is wrong. We have to find out the incorrect statement. So glycine is example of lipid. No way. So the answer is option A. 66% of you have given correct answer, and they are doctors from AIMS, Kavya, Sania and S. Gajendiran. Okay. Glycine is the simplest amino acid, right? These lives are also available in YouTube only, right? Okay. In our PW app, you can get access of the free batches for the one-shot lectures for all the chapters of class 11th and class 12th. Yeah. So glycine is the simplest amino acid, that is not a lipid. Lecithin contains phosphorus as because it's a phospholipid. Tyrosine possesses aromatic ring into the structure. Yeah, tyrosine. This is the structure of tyrosine. Aromatic amino acid. So whenever you will be finding this benzene ring inside amino acid, that is going to be aromatic. And sulfur is integral part of cysteine. Cysteine and methionine, these two are sulfur containing amino acid. Okay. Next question. Match the following. Choose the correct option from the following: aquaporin, asparagine, abscisic acid, chitin. Okay. This is, though this question is out of NCERT, but a previous year's question. You can answer this particular question by using your gray matter. But sir, our teacher personally shared thing of this live class. Okay. You are watching this live from YouTube, right? Or from PW app? I don't think it's coming into PW app. It's coming in, it's streaming from our YouTube channel only. Okay. So the match will be like this. Aquaporin is a protein. So polypeptide, asparagine, ammonia derivative, that is amide, abscisic acid, carotenoid, and chitin, a polysaccharide. So here you got the answer. A for 3, A for 3, B for 1. So option 2, sorry, A for 3, B for 1, option 3. Next question. Which of the following options does correctly represent the characteristics feature of phylum Annelida? Now this is a easier one. You have to find out perfect features for annelids. Okay, got you. Sania, you are student of Yakin NEET English. But we are taking a free series in YouTube as well as PW app. So most of you are answering as option B. Annelids, they are triploblastic, obviously. They have segmented body and they show bilateral symmetry. So option B is the answer. Near about 90% of you have given correct answer. Moving forward, we got a question. Which of the following are not secondary metabolite in plants? Morphine, codeine, amino acids, glucose, vinblastine, curcumin, rubber and gums. Okay. If you can recall the table of secondary metabolites, this question is a cup of tea for you. Okay, got it, Surya. So you people are answering as option B, correct one. Okay. So not secondary metabolite. Yeah, obviously amino acids and glucose. So 100% of you have given correct answer, and here is the leaderboard. Sania, Rajasri, Shreyansi, Doctors from AIMS, Surya, Kanavan, Kavya. Okay, so amino acids and glucose, these are considered as primary metabolites, and rest of the things you're gonna get at the table given in the NCERT of secondary metabolites, right? Okay, so here I have a question for you from that particular topic. There is difference between primary metabolite and secondary metabolite. So we know that plants have different kinds of pigments are there in plants, in plant cells. They are cholesterol, they are beta carotene, anthocyanin, beta cyanin. So which pigment of plant is considered as primary metabolite, and which all pigments are considered as secondary metabolite? Can you answer the question? Yeah, are you saying anything? S. Gajan, Gajandiran. Check the previous question about what question you were asking about. So I had a question for you all. We know about primary metabolites and secondary metabolites. So which pigment in plant cells will be finding into plant cells considered as primary metabolite, and which all pigments are considered as secondary metabolites? Can you answer this? There is only one pigment which is considered as primary metabolite. The rest pigments are considered as secondary metabolites. Okay, it seems I got the correct answer from doctors from AIMS. Yeah, exactly. Chlorophyll is considered as primary metabolite. Rest of the pigments, there is carotene, anthocyanin, beta cyanin, they are considered as secondary metabolite. Next, match the following: protein, unsaturated fatty acid, nucleic acid, and polysaccharide. You have to find the bonds. Okay, so I am sharing the poll here. You can give your, you can cast your answer. Okay, Tejwashwin is saying that, sir, mark my word, I am gonna be the topper of JEE Advance. This is a NEET class, 2028, and I am not going to win but dominate. Can you give me any tips? Always stay focused, be honest with your study schedule, and follow your faculties, and maintain the consistency, right? Okay, they're giving answer as A, sir, A, sir, A, sir, A, sir, ah, sir. That's making a rhythm for me. The comments are coming and I'm dancing with the rhythm. A, sir, A, sir, A, sir, A, sir. Okay, so protein, you'll be finding peptide bonds, unsaturated fatty acids, they have carbon-carbon double bonds, nucleic acids, phosphodiester bonds, and polysaccharides, you'll be finding glycosidic bond. For A for 4, B for 1, A for 4, B for 1. So option A is correct one. SR, we got correct one from 85.71% of pupil. Okay, so those who are preparing for NEET 2026, it's merely few days left for with your preparation. So if you recall your journey, right? If you are recalling your previous 2 years or 3 years, so what do you feel? Which was the toughest moment for you guys? Can you comment in the comment section? Which was the toughest moment and which was a kind of emotional moment? Any experience you want to share here, along with solving these questions and all? Okay, so we are going with the next question. Read following statements on lipids and find out correct set of statements. So we have to find out some correct statements about lipids. Lecithin found in plasma membrane is a glycolipid. Saturated fatty acids possess one or more carbon-carbon double bond. Gingerly oil has lower melting point, has remain oil in winter. I am sharing the poll here. Okay, so already you have started answering. Lecithin found in plasma membrane, that is not a glycolipid, that is a phospholipid. Saturated fatty acid possesses one or more carbon-carbon double bond. No, it's unsaturated fatty acids. Gingerly oil has a lower melting point, has remain as oil in winter. Lipids are generally insoluble in water but soluble in some organic solvents. When fatty acid is esterified with glycerol, when fatty acid, not fatty acids, is esterified with glycerol, monoglycerides are formed. Correct. So we got our option C, D, E. Option 3, option C. Let me check how many have given correct answer. 33% of you have given correct answer. And who are they who have given perfect answer? They are Vani. Okay. Moving forward to the next question, another question from biomolecules, a very high weighted chapter for us. Minimum 4 questions can be expected from biomolecules, including both the sections and few multi-concept questions as well. Even you can get more than 4 questions if you are studying biomolecules chapter in a proper way. So next question we got, a dehydration reaction links two glucose molecules to produce maltose. They are asking about maltose. If the formula of glucose is C6H12O6, what will be the formula of maltose? Easy one. If you know, you know the answer. Wrong poll. Okay, so I got the answer. You people are already casting your answers in the comment box. That is option C. C12H22O11. Yeah, because if you are linking two glucose molecule and then minusing one H2O molecule, you are gonna get this particular answer. So 89% of you have given the answer in a correct way. Okay. So another hidden line from NCERT, a statement based question or the assertion or reason based question can be curated from this particular lines of NCERT. You have not studied it yet, and the line is from the chapter structural organization in animal. Yeah, we also notice this line of NCERT. We also notice after some careful study that the complexity in organ and organ system displays certain desirable trend, and this discernible trend is called as evolutionary trend. Means when we are studying the tissue and their organization, gradually with evolution they are gaining the complexity, right? So that is mentioned here as discernible trends. I think the spelling is a mistake. There is a spelling mistake. Discernibly. Discernible trends. So if you are getting this kind of statement in your NEET exam, so this discernible trend are actually they are talking about evolutionary trend. That means if you study the poriferans, the most primitive organisms, most primitive animals, and further you are going towards the advancement from Nidaria, Ctenophora, then you got platyhelminths, aschelminths, then you got annelids, arthropods, mollusks, echinoderms, hemichordates, chordates. So gradually you will be finding their level of organization is gaining more complexity. So remember this line. Okay. So another question for you all. Match the column glycogen, globulin, steroids and thrombin. I am sharing the poll. You have to match accordingly. Okay, so you people are answering as option D. Yeah, anyone can watch these sessions, but this channel is particularly for English sessions. Yeah. So glycogen is a storage product. We call it animal starch. Globulin, they are antibodies, gamma globulins. Steroid are hormones, and thrombin acting as a biocatalyst during the time of our blood clotting. So the answer will be A for 4, A for 4, B for 3. Option D is our answer, and all of you have given correct answer. Next, a statement based question. Okay, so statement 1 is saying low temperature preserve the enzyme in a temporarily inactive state, whereas high temperature destroys enzymatic activity, and because proteins are denatured by heat. Yeah, you know that active form of enzymes are basically tertiary structures of protein. So that's why high temperature will be destroying them, this will be breaking the bonds. Statement 2 is saying when the inhibitor closely resembles the substrate in its molecular structure and inhibits the activity of the enzyme, it is known as competitive inhibitor. Okay, in the light of above statements, choose the correct answer from the options given below. So check these statements in a proper way and you can answer the questions. Here are the statements. Yeah, you got it right. Both are correct. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are true. So it's option D, and all of you have given perfectly right answer. Another question, statement based. A protein is imagined as a line, the left represent by first amino acid or C terminal and the right end represented by the last amino acid or N terminal. Check the statement 1 properly. Now statement 2 is saying adult human hemoglobin consists of 4 subunits, 2 alpha and 2 beta. So if you have checked the statements, I am going forward to the answer section. I am sharing the poll here. One is false, 2 is true. Yeah, 1 is incorrect, 2 is correct. You got it right. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Option C is our answer. So let me check how many of you have given correct answer. Doctors from AIMS, Shruti Bharadwaj, Kavya, Shreyansi, Shuaib, okay, so Sania, Arumugam and Makkapatila Lalita. Okay, coming forward to this question, again match the column. Lipase, nuclease, protease, amylase, all of them are enzymes. You have to match with the second list. Lipase will be breaking what kind of bond? Nuclease will be breaking what kind of bond? Protease. Which bond breaker? Amylase. So I'm getting the answer. If you are saying A, if you are saying B. So it's like this. Lipase generally breaks lipase breaks ester bond. Lipase breaks ester bond. Nuclease will be breaking phosphodiester bond. Protease will be breaking peptide bond. Amylase will be breaking glycosidic bond. So A for 2, B for 4, C for 1 and D for 3. Let me check. Yes, option 1 is correct. 89% of you got the right one. Going forward, this question regarding catalytic cycle of an enzyme action, select the correct sequential step. If you can recall the catalysis, the mechanism of action of enzyme in the catalysis, you can answer this question very easily. You are saying option B. Oh. If you are saying option C as well. Okay, so first it will be substrate binding to the active site of the enzyme. Then there will be substrate enzyme complex formation, and after that chemical bonds of the substrate will be broken. Then product is formed, product is released, and the free enzyme is ready to bind with another substrate. So it's gonna be like E, A, D, C, B, option 3, option C, and only 16% of you I got correct answer. Okay, doctors from AIMS. He has given correct answer. Yeah, number C is the correct one. Next question. Inhibition of bacterial growth is by sulfur drugs is a classical example of competitive inhibition, enzyme activation, cofactor inhibition or feedback inhibition. If you have studied NCERT properly, you can give the answer very easily. We're answering as option C. Inhibition of bacterial growth by sulfur drugs is a classical example of. For this question, I think you got it wrong. Only I got the correct answer from S. Gajendiran. That is another example of competitive inhibition. Yes. So, we know the classical example of competitive inhibition, that is about the succinate and malonate, right? But if you study NCERT properly, it's also written that this inhibition of bacterial growth while we intake antibodies or the sulfur drugs, basically they are going to compete with the bacterial enzyme inside our body, and thus they will prevent those bacteria from further infection. No, this is not C. The answer will be option A. Next question. Okay, here we got a few proteins: GLUT, insulin, trypsin, collagen, and we have to match with the list. Okay, so you can cast your answer. Your PYQ book, if it's giving C, then it's the wrong answer. It's given, it's a line of NCERT only. Now please answer this particular question. GLUT, the full form of GLUT is glucose transporter, enables glucose transport into the cell. Insulin, hormone. Trypsin, enzyme. Collagen, intercellular ground substance. So A for 4, option C. 86% of you have given correct answer, and they are doctors from AIMS: Shreyansi, Dimpy, Khanavan, Sania and Kavya. Okay. Now let's check out this particular question. Which of the following characteristics feature always holds true for the corresponding group of animals? Remember this line. Always holds true. I am sharing the poll. Cartilaginous endoskeleton, chondrichthyes. Viviparity, mammalian. Possesses a mouth with upper and lower jaw, chordata. Three-chambered heart with one incompletely divided ventricle, reptile. Okay, so most of you are answering as option B, option 2. Okay. So the answer will be option A. Cartilaginous endoskeleton without any fail, all chondrichthyes will be posing this characteristics feature. The name chondrichthyes, the origin of the name chondrichthyes, the chondro word, chondro means cartilage. So they do have cartilaginous endoskeleton. Now when you are talking about mammalian and viviparity, you have exceptions, you know, the duck-billed platypus, the anteater, they are oviparous in nature. When you are talking about chordates, cyclostomes, they don't have upper jaw and lower jaw, so that is a exception you will be finding in chordates against this particular characteristics feature. And if you are asking about reptile, crocodile is the reptile which has 4-chambered heart. So again there is exception against this particular criteria. But if you are thinking about chondrichthyes, all of them have cartilaginous endoskeleton. Yeah, for mammal, platypus is the exception. For chordates, cyclostomes are the exception. For reptiles, crocodile is the exception. Coming to the next question, another question from biomolecule chapter. Which of the following are not fatty acids? Sharing the poll. Okay, so let's find the answer. Glutamic acid is not a fatty acid. Glutamic acid and aspartic acid, they are amino acids. Palmitic acid, a fatty acid. Arachidonic acid, a fatty acid. Lecithin is also not a fatty acid. So which of the following are not fatty acid? Option A, option D and option E. Option 3, yeah, C. You got the correct answer, most of you. Now moving forward to the next question, a graphical question from the chapter biomolecule, and the portion is enzyme. Which of the following graph depicts the effect of substrate concentration on velocity of enzyme catalyzed reaction? Now if you have captured the NCERT, you have revised the NCERT, a very easy question to answer. All are answering option 1. Yeah. So option E is gonna be A is gonna be our correct one. So this is the graph which is depicting the relation between substrate concentration and the velocity of the reaction. Here is the highest point is called as Vmax. The middle of this part we will be calling it as half Vmax, and here we are gonna get Km or Michaelis Menten constant. Going forward to the next question of enzyme. Enzyme that catalyze the removal of groups from substrate by mechanism other than hydrolysis, leaving double bonds, are known as. Direct NCERT line based question. Please answer this question rapidly. Yes. Option D, lyase. They are responsible for lysis or breakdown. Next question. Select the incorrect statement with respect to cyclostomes. Okay, I am sharing the poll here. Cyclostomes, they lack scales and paired fins. They have circular mouth with jaws. They bear 6 to 15 pairs of gills. They migrate to the deep sea for spawning. You have to find out the incorrect statement. You are answering as option A. If you are answering as option B, okay. Incorrect statement of cyclostome. See, this is the correct statement. Cyclostome, they do have circular mouth. They bear 6 to 15 pairs of gill slits. But thing is that they migrate to deep sea for spawning. This is not true for cyclostomes, and they lack scales and paired fins. This is also wrong. So option will be option A. B and D, they have circular mouth. I'm extremely sorry. Yeah, they do not have paired fins. They have unpaired fins. They have circular mouth but no jaw. So option B and D is the answer. That is option 4. Who have given the correct answer? Sania. Okay. Next question. Primary structure of protein, secondary structure of protein, tertiary structure of protein, quaternary structure of protein. You have to match with the second column. Primary structure of protein, they are nothing but polypeptide chain. Secondary structure of protein, alpha helix is one of the example. Tertiary structure of protein, active enzymes are mostly tertiary structure of protein, and quaternary structure of protein, hemoglobin. So it will be A for 4, B for 3. So option D is the correct answer. Yeah. So all of you have given correct answer for this particular question. Now let's move forward to this particular question from breathing and exchange of gases. Yeah. So lungs do not collapse between breaths, and some air always remain into the lungs, which can never be expelled because this is a positive intrapleural pressure. There is a positive intrapleural pressure. Pressure in the lungs is higher than the atmospheric pressure. There is a negative pressure in the lungs. There is a negative intrapleural pressure pulling at the lungs wall. Okay. Sharing the poll. What is the reason? In between the breath, your lungs are not getting collapsed. If you consider these 4 statements. So most of you are giving the right vote for option 4, and that is the answer, and all of you have answered it correctly. There is a negative intrapleural pressure pulling at the lungs wall. That means if this is the outer wall of lung, that is called pleura, and inside this you have lung. So the pleura, the pressure between the pleura and lung, if you compare it, so the pressure gonna be negative in compared to the pulmonary pressure. So the intrapulmonary pressure is positive considered as, and the intrapleural pressure is considered as negative, means that has less pressure than lung, and that is helping the lungs to maintain the volume in between the gaps of breathing. Next question. the partial pressure of oxygen in the alveoli of lung is? Partial pressure of oxygen in the alveoli of lung. So it's 104 mmHg, less than that in blood, less than that of carbon dioxide, equal to that in blood, more than in blood. Okay, so you can answer this question. Option D. The partial pressure of oxygen is never less than that in blood. In blood, the partial pressure will be 95 in oxygenated blood, less than that of carbon dioxide, that will be 40, equal to that in blood, no, more than that in blood. Yes, option D is the correct one, and most of you have answered it correctly. Coming to the next question, which of the following options correctly represents the lung condition in asthma? First is asthma and second is emphysema. Here I share the poll. Asthma, that means inflammation of bronchioles, and emphysema, decreased respiratory surface. Option 2, option B is the correct answer, and all of you have answered it correctly. Now coming to another hidden line from NCERT, from the chapter breathing and exchange of gases, the introductory part, you will be finding this sentence: special vascularized structures are called gills, whereas special vascularized bags are called lungs. So when you are asked vascularized structure, they are gills. When you are asked vascularized bags, they are lungs. Now, vascularized means they are supplied with large number of blood vessels and blood capillaries. Yeah. Now, when you are talking about respiration through gills, can you please write in the comment section what we call the respiration through gills? Like we call the respiration through lungs as pulmonary respiration, respiration through skin as cutaneous respiration. Asthma is inflammation of bronchi, not bronchioles. Please check it. If there is inflammation in your bronchi, there is obviously there gonna be inflammation in bronchioles. Inflammation is a common terminology, right? Inflammation is common because inflammation will be there for the smooth muscle present inside your bronchi or bronchioles or the epithelial tissue. Now here I asked a question. Yeah, respiration through gills, we call it branchial respiration. Respiration through lungs, pulmonary respiration; through skin, cutaneous respiration; through trachea, tracheal respiration; through gills, branchial respiration. Let's move forward to the next question. Match the item given in the column 1 with those of column 2 and select the correct option. Tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume, expiratory reserve volume, and residual volume. Easy one. You can answer. So 3 of you have answered as option D, 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 D. Okay. So tidal volume, A for 3. Okay. Inspiratory reserve volume 1. Expiratory reserve volume 4. Residual volume 2. So yeah, D is the right answer. Next question. tidal volume and expiratory reserve volume of an athlete is 500 ml and 1000 ml respectively, what will be his expiratory capacity if the residual volume is 1200 ml? Easy question, answer within second. Okay, parampara, paramparik has given answer. Nivas, Ronak, Sanya, Ronak, Nivas, all of you have given correct answer. That is, you have to just add the expiratory reserve volume and tidal volume and you are gonna get 500 plus 1000, that is 1500 ml. So that will be the expiratory capacity. Here there is no meaning like for considering this residual volume, that is given for the destruction purpose. Now let's come to the next question. What would be the heart rate of a person if the cardiac output is 5 liter, blood volume in the ventricles as at the end of diastole, means end diastolic volume is 100 ml, and the blood volume in ventricular systole, means end systolic volume is 50 ml. So what will be the heartbeat of that particular person? So if you are answering C, if you are answering D, if you are answering A. Okay, I think most of you got the correct answer. There is option A, 57% has given correct answer, 100 beats per minute. So why it's so? When we are talking about our heart, if we consider the left ventricle, the total capacity for that particular person to hold blood for left ventricle will be 100 ml. And that is the reason the end diastolic volume is 100 ml. This is the capacity of left ventricle, and when it's doing a beat, that's it's sending out 50 ml of blood as stroke volume. It's sending out 50 ml of blood as stroke volume. So the remaining blood will be 50 ml after ventricular systole. For this person, 50 ml is the stroke volume, as because it's given end diastolic volume is 100 ml and end systolic volume is 50 ml. So you have to minus 100 to 50, you will be getting 50, that is the stroke volume for that particular person. Now if cardiac output is 5 liter, means 5000 ml, you just have to divide it with the stroke volume to get the answer. So the answer will be 100 in this manner. No, D is wrong answer, A is correct one, 100 beats per minute. Due to increasing airborne allergens and pollutants, many people in urban areas are suffering from respiratory disorder causing wheezing due to. So the answer will be option 4, and 14% of you have given the correct answer. increasing airborne allergens and pollutants, many people in urban areas will be suffering from inflammation, right? That is inflammation of bronchi and bronchioles. This will be an answer. Proliferation of fibrous tissue. Most of you have assumed this is the correct answer. So this is the case of emphysema, right? When fibrosis will take place, when you are inhaling dust particles. But if you are inhaling allergens and pollutants, you will get asthma. Remember this. So that's why option 4 is the correct one, and asthma gives you inflammation due to the activity of mast cell and hypersecretion of histamine. Next question. Identify the wrong statement with reference to transport of oxygen. I am sharing the poll. Low P CO2 in alveoli favors the formation of oxyhemoglobin. Binding of oxygen with hemoglobin is mainly related to partial pressure of oxygen. Partial pressure of carbon dioxide can interfere with oxygen binding with hemoglobin. Higher H plus concentration in alveoli favors the formation of oxyhemoglobin. So you got the answer as option A or option D. Here you have to search for the wrong statement. So low P partial pressure of carbon dioxide in alveoli obviously will be favoring the formation of oxyhemoglobin. Binding of oxygen with hemoglobin is mainly related to the partial pressure of oxygen. That's also true. Partial pressure of carbon dioxide can interfere with the oxygen binding with the hemoglobin, that will make hemoglobin acidic in nature. But if you are considering this statement, higher hydrogen concentration, H plus ion concentration in alveoli favors. In alveoli, never you are gonna get higher proton concentration. You are gonna get lower proton concentration that will promote oxyhemoglobin formation. So that's why our answer is gonna be option D, and Paramparikh has given the correct answer. Next, the partial pressure of oxygen and the carbon dioxide at alveolar air are. Easy question. Now you got a easier one. Okay. So for partial pressure of oxygen in alveolar air, PO2 is 104 and PCO2 is 40. So option A is our answer. Let me check. All of you have given correct answer. Another question from breathing and exchange of gases. Okay, a person goes to high altitude and experiences altitude sickness with symptoms like breathing difficulty and heart palpitation. Okay, and the reason is saying due to low atmospheric pressure at high altitude, the body does not get sufficient oxygen. Now you have to find out the correct answer. Okay, so most of you have given correct answer. There is option A, because a person while you are going to high altitude, because of low partial pressure of oxygen, as because there you will be getting lower atmospheric pressure, there will be no low affinity of hemoglobin towards oxygen, and that is the causative agent for this altitude sickness. So that's why this is the correct option. Coming to the next question, which of the following is not the function of conducting part of respiratory system? Again, a straight question from NCERT lines. It cleans inhaled air. Yeah. Inhaled air is humidified, obviously. Temperature of inhaled air is brought to the body temperature. Air conditioning is most important function of conducting part, but provides surface for diffusion of oxygen. That is the part of exchange zone. So we got the answer as option D, and all of you are correct in terms of this answer. Next question. Under normal physiological conditions, in human being, every 100 ml of deoxygenated blood can release dash ml of carbon dioxide to the alveoli. Here you have to give the answer. So you are raining the answer as option C, 4 ml, correct. So 87% of you got the correct one, right answer. Shruti Bharadwaj, Paramparik, Doctors for Aims, Kavya, Saurya, Sanya, and Kanavon. Moving forward to the next question, vital capacity of lung is. Again, direct question from NCERT. You shouldn't take much time for answering this particular question. You are feeling garden, sir, in these questions. I got a question from Paramparik sir. What is the meaning of saturation of hemoglobin? Saturation of hemoglobin means when all the hemoglobins present into your body, that is 97% of hemoglobin present into your blood or oxygenated blood, are carrying oxygen. A hemoglobin molecule can carry 4 oxygen molecules. So if all the hemoglobin molecules, means 97% hemoglobin molecules are carrying 4 oxygen molecules, so you will be calling that your body is saturated, your hemoglobin is saturated. And why that 3% hemoglobin is unable to carry oxygen? Because they are present as methemoglobin condition. You know that Fe2 plus ion of hemoglobin can form a coordination bond with oxygen while hemoglobin is carrying oxygen. But for 3% hemoglobin, they don't have Fe2 plus, they have Fe3 plus, they are already oxidized. That's why they cannot carry oxygen. So when 97%, that is the highest limit of hemoglobin, can be present or can be holding Fe2 plus ion with them, so when all of them are carrying oxygen, is said you are saturated. Okay, so the answer for the vital capacity is IRV, ERV plus TV, option 3. I think all have given correct answer. Coming to the next question, match the column 1 and with column 2. Expiratory capacity, functional residual capacity, vital capacity, and inspiratory capacity. I am sharing the poll here. What happened, guys? You people are quarreling. Sania, Soria, you people are quarreling with each other. So I got the answer as option C. Expiratory capacity is tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume. Functional residual capacity, expiratory reserve volume plus residual volume. Vital capacity, expiratory reserve volume, tidal volume, inspiratory reserve volume. Inspiratory capacity, tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. So yeah, the answer is gonna be option 3. And most of you have given the correct answer. Now let's come to the next question. Are, who is doing gussa here? Tom and Jerry fights. Got it. So blood pressure in the pulmonary artery is same as that in aorta, more than that in the carotid artery, more than that in the pulmonary vein, less than that in the vena cava. Can you figure out the answer? We are asked that what will be the blood pressure into the pulmonary artery. This is the pulmonary artery. Okay, he is your nice buddy. Got you. Don't fight in the class. Okay, so blood pressure in pulmonary artery cannot be same as in aorta because the pressure is much higher inside aorta, more than that in the carotid artery. Carotid artery is a branch of aorta. Again, inside carotid artery, you are going to get high pressure, more than that in the pulmonary vein. Yes, this can be the answer. Less than that in vena cava. Vena cava is the vein. So we got the answer option C, and all of you have given the answer in a correct way. Next question. Name the blood cell whose reduction in numbers can cause clotting disorder. I think you got the answer. Excessive loss of blood from the body. Someone is asking, sir, from where do you belong? I belong, I'm from Uganda. Okay, so they are thrombocytes, platelets. All of you got it correct. Next question. Where is this, sir? This is somewhere in the Andromeda galaxy. Okay, let's solve this particular question. Read the following statements. Metagenesis is observed in helminths. Echinoderms are triploblast and coelomate animals. Roundworms have organ system, level of body organization, complex present in ctenophores. What are vascular system characteristics feature of echinoderms? Here you have the poll. What is that UMC? What kind of code language you are using? Okay, so you are also near to me. From which planet, which celestial body? So answering as option D. So we have to find out the correct answer. Metagenesis is observed in helminths. No, metagenesis is observed in cnidarians. Echinoderms are triploblastic and coelomate animals. Yes. Roundworms have organ system of body organization. Yes. Complex present into the ctenophores help in digestion? No. Complex help in process of locomotion. What a vascular system characteristics feature of echinoderms? So it's gonna be B, C and E, option 4. And all of you are correct for this particular question. Okay, another hidden line from NCERT. You are from AIMS Dholakpur, that's also great. Uganda Medical College, okay, I got it. What if I am not a person? I am not a virtual person, I am an AI character, right? Then it's gonna be very much beautiful, right? Then it will be a perfect match for that Uganda Medical College. Yeah, you all are so smart because you are Gen Z kids. Okay, once look at this particular slide. Each organ in our body is made up of one or more type of tissues. For example, our heart consists of all 4 types of tissues, that is epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue and neural tissue. The myocardium made up of muscular tissue. The endocardium made up of endothelial tissue, means epithelial tissue, and those layers of heart are connected through connective tissue, and also heart has some nerve innervation, that's why heart also will be possessing some neural components. A hidden line from NCERT. Jump to the next question. Adult human RBCs are enucleated. Which of the following statement is or are most appropriate explanation for the feature? Okay, I'm sharing the poll for this particular question. You have to answer. We have to think for matured RBC. Even do you know which generation after Gen Z? There's Gen Alpha, then Gen Beta, then Gen what? Gen Theta. They will be alien. So all of you are giving the correct answer. Welcoming everyone again to this session of PW NEET English, and especially to this particular room of Uganda Medical College of Andromeda Galaxy. So human RBC, they do not need to reproduce. That is not correct. They are somatic cells. That is also not correct. Cannot explain this enucleated condition. They do not metabolize. They do metabolize, and all their internal space is available for oxygen transportation. So this is the answer, option D only. And which of the following statements are most appropriate? Yeah, option D. For this enucleation purpose, RBC, why RBC actually, matured RBCs are enucleated. During the time of the maturation process, they will be kicking out their nucleus, mitochondria and the endoplasmic reticulums to accommodate more and more hemoglobin. That's why this is the answer. Why D is not correct? B and C, they are somatic cells. This is correct about RBC, and they do metabolize. They will be metabolizing. They shows metabolism, right? But why we are not considering this? Because we have to explain why human matured RBCs are enucleated. So only this statement, option that option D, is telling us about the enucleation purpose. Okay, another question from Animal Kingdom. Physalia, Limulus, Ankylostoma, Pinctada. Physalia, Portuguese man of war. Whenever I read this name, Portuguese man of war, background of my mind, I always think about Captain Jack Sparrow. Have you watched that movie? Pirates of Caribbean. Limulus, living fossil. Ankylostoma, hookworm. Pinctada, pearl oyster. So A for 2. Yes, we got the answer. Sorry, that will be Physalia for Portuguese man of war. A for 2. B for 3. Yeah, 3 is the C. Option C was the correct answer. Next, about the ECG graph. Yeah, C will be the correct answer. Mistakenly, I pressed the wrong option into the poll. So, if you observe the ECG graph, this is P, this is Q, this is R, this is S, this is T. So, if you are asked about QRS complex, then that will be representing depolarization of auricles, depolarization of ventricles, repolarization of ventricles, repolarization of auricles. Yes, you are visible, Shruti Bharadwaj. You are running at a speed of 3.10 to the power, what, 10 to the power 6 meter per second, a little bit less than the speed of light. B is the answer. Depolarization of ventricles. Yes, B is the answer. Depolarization of ventricle represent this QRS complex. Next question. A person with AB blood group are called as universal recipient. So AB blood groups are always, will be finding that they are in a chilling mood. They are universal recipients, and this is due to absence of antigens in plasma, presence of antibodies on RBC, absence of antibodies in plasma. Answer this question. Okay, so you got the right answer. Absence of antibodies in plasma. Antibodies are present in plasma, and antigens are present on RBC. So here is the leaderboard. They are doctor from AIMS, Shruti Bharadwaj, Shreyansi, Sanya, Saurya, Kavya, and Kanwon. Going forward to the next question, another statement based question. The coagulum is formed of a network of threads called thrombin. Spleen is the graveyard of erythrocytes. Sharing the poll to cast your answer. Quickly, make it quick. Okay, somebody is watching from Nepal as well. I went to Nepal a couple of months back. It's a beautiful place. Love you from India. I love my India. Someone is saying love you from Nepal, sir, to PW family. From behalf of whole PW family, I am also saying love you too from India. So, where is the answers? The coagulum is formed of network of threads called thrombin. Because I can't speak Hindi in a proper way. That's why. So this is a false statement, whereas spleen is the graveyard of erythrocyte. That is a true statement. Statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is correct. Option 4 is the correct one. And let me check how many of you have given correct answer. 60% of you have given correct answer. That Dr. from AIMS, Sanya and Paramparik. Let's jump to the next question. Which of the following statement is correct? Lots of love from my son, sinoatrial node. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Paramparik. Thank you, Saurya. Okay, let's solve this particular question. I'm sharing the poll. Which of the following statement is correct? The atrioventricular node generates action potential to stimulate atrial contraction. The tricuspid and bicuspid valves open due to the pressure exerted by the simultaneous contraction of ventricles. Blood moves freely from atrium to the ventricle during the time of joint diastole. Increased ventricular pressure causes closing of the semilunar valves. So here we got the correct answer, and let me check how many of given. Yeah, all of you are correct with this particular question. Shreyansi, Dr. Sania, Kanavan, Paramparik, Saurya, all of you have given correct answer. During the time of joint diastole, due to the activities of passive filling, we call the activity the free fall of blood from atria to ventricle as passive filling of ventricle. Okay, another question related to the ECG. You have to match the columns P wave, Q wave, QRS complex and T wave. You are free to give the answer. Okay, so P wave means depolarization of atria, Q wave beginning of systole, QRS complex depolarization of ventricles, and T wave repolarization of ventricles. So yes, option D is the correct one. And 85% of you have given correct answer, and these are the leaders. Okay, moving forward to the next question. We have to find out the correct statement. Basophils are the most abundant cells of total WBC. No way, basophils are the rarest one. Basophils secrete histamine, serotonin and heparin. Correct. Basophils are involved in inflammatory response. That also correct. Basophils have kidney shaped nucleus. No, monocytes have kidney shaped nucleus. Basophils are agranulocyte. Basophils are strictly granulocyte. So the answer will be B and C. Yeah. So 2 or option B is our answer. Option 2 is our answer, and all of you made it correct. Next, another hidden line from NCERT. Okay, so can you please answer me into the comment box which hormone is responsible for secretion or ejection of milk from the mammary alveoli. Which hormone is responsible for secretion of milk from mammary alveoli? Prolactin. No, prolactin is responsible for formation of milk into mammary alveoli. Oxytocin, yes. Oxytocin is responsible for secretion of milk or ejection of milk. Prolactin is responsible for formation of milk. Prolactin is stimulating the mammary gland to make the milk, and oxytocin stimulating the smooth muscle to release the milk. But here we got another hidden line from NCERT. Progesterone. Remember, progesterone also acts on the mammary glands and stimulates the formation of alveoli. So progesterone is responsible for formation of alveoli, as well as progesterone is also one of the hormone which is responsible for milk secretion. A line from NCERT. So this kind of questions can be asked. Okay, so normally the oxytocin hormone is responsible for secretion of milk, but if you study NCERT in a vivid and frantic manner, we will get along with oxytocin, progesterone is also responsible for secretion of milk. It's written in your NCERT, you can check. Next, please solve this question. Following are the stages of pathway for conduction of an action potential through the heart, through the bundle tissue. Now choose the correct sequence of pathway options through which the impulse will flow inside your heart muscle. So it will be generated at SAN, SA node, then from SA node it will be coming to the AV node. If after E we will be getting C, then AV bundle, then A, then bundle branches and Purkinje fiber. Yeah, option 3 is correct. So let me check how many of you have given correct answer. 80% of you have given correct answer, and they are Dr. Fomems, Kanavan, Shreyansi, Paramparik. Okay. Moving forward to another statement based questions. Yeah. Statement 1 is saying bone marrow is the main lymphoid organ where all blood cells including lymphocytes are produced. Yeah, exactly. It's a perfect one. Statement 2, both bone marrow and thymus provide microenvironment for the development and maturation of T lymphocytes. In the light of the above statements, choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. So you can cast your poll. So you are saying option C. Yeah, both the statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, exactly, because bone marrow and thymus, both of them are considered as primary lymphoid organs. 83% of you have given correct answer. Moving forward to the next question, another question from ECG. A similar kind of question, though you have solved, but it's a little bit different from that particular, the previous one. So please match the following column. P wave is denoting depolarization of atria, we know very well. QRS complex denoting depolarization of ventricles, but T wave will be denoting towards ending of ventricular systole, and TP gap will be telling us about heart muscles are lying in electrically silent condition. So P, A for 3. Yeah, option 4. We got the correct answer, option D or option 4, and all of you are correct regarding this. Moving forward to the next question. Easy one. Love sound of heart is caused by the love sound of heart. When you close the doors of your heart, you fall in love. When you see the moon, you listen dub. So it's closure of tricuspid and bicuspid valve. And 80% of you have given correct answer for this particular question. Moving forward to the next one. Okay. So the mother has, now carefully see the question. The mother has A plus blood group and the father has B plus and the child has A plus. What can be the possibility of genotypes of all three respectively? So mother has A plus, that means the genotype can be IA, IO or IA, IA. Father has B positive, the condition can be IB, IO or IB, IO, and the child has A, that must be IA, IO. So you people are saying option D, both B and E. Okay. B to father to mother, father to mother. Yes. Option D is the correct answer, and all of you are correct for this particular question. Next, in mammals, which blood vessel would normally carry largest amount of urea? Another previous year's question. Let me check who can answer correctly and quickly. Option, few are saying hepatic portal vein, few are saying hepatic vein. Okay. So I'm getting a mixed kind of answer, but most of you are saying C and few are saying D. Yeah, the answer will be hepatic vein. The answer will be hepatic vein. So 42% of you have given the correct answer, and the reason is here. So if you talk about our liver, it's getting ammonia and converting the ammonia into urea, right? So the veins which is leaving from liver, that is hepatic vein, that will be containing highest amount of urea into this, because inside liver you have got this cycle called urea cycle or the ornithine cycle. Okay. Next, the part of nephron involved in active reabsorption of sodium. Remember this, active reabsorption. Will it be Bowman's capsule, descending limb of loop of Henle, or distal convoluted tubule, or proximal convoluted tubule? Okay. So few are answering B, few are answering C. The part of nephron which is always involved active reabsorption of sodium is proximal convoluted tubule. That will be the answer. Option D, option 4 is the correct answer. Now, the clarification is like that. Distal convoluted tubule, through distal convoluted tubule, there will be active reabsorption of sodium, but that is only called conditional reabsorption. Through DCT, there will be active reabsorption of sodium, but that will be conditional reabsorption, right? But in case of PCT, always there gonna be active reabsorption of sodium will be taking place. That's why C is not the answer. You can check the chapter. The reabsorption or the transportation of the positive ions will be through active mode. The transportation of glucose, transportation of sodium will be through active mode. Transportation of potassium will be through active mode, and transportation of calcium will be through active mode. Why you are crying, Saudia? That's why that's a quite confusing question. Okay, so why this will be the perfect answer? PCT, because always active reabsorption is happening through PCT, and you know the highest reabsorption occurs through PCT, but for DCT it's under influence of aldosterone hormone. That's why we are calling the reabsorption of sodium will be taking place through DCT only under condition. Okay. Next question, a decrease in blood pressure volume will not cause the release of which of the factor, which of the following factors? You got a low BP, and that will stimulate which of the following things? That will not stimulate which of the following things if you are suffering from a low BP condition. A, yeah, low BP will not stimulate secretion of ANF. All of you are correct. Low BP will stimulate secretion of aldosterone, ADH, renin. You know about RAS system, right? Okay. Next question, which of the following statement is correct? Another question from excretory products and their elimination. You have to find out the correct option. The descending limb of loop of Henle is impermeable to water. No way, descending limb is permeable to water. Ascending limb of loop is permeable to water. Ascending limb is not permeable to water. Descending limb of loop Henle is permeable to electrolyte. It is impermeable for electrolyte. The ascending limb of loop of Henle is impermeable to water. This is correct answer. Option 4. Yeah, D. So 50% of you have given the correct answer, and let me check who are the doctors from AIMS, Soria and Ronak. Another match the following kind of question. Now you can solve this particular question. Glycosuria, gout, renal calculi, glomerulonephritis. Why you are panicking, Shruti Bharadwaj? So if you are answering A, if you are answering D, most of your answer is A. Okay, so glycosuria is presence of glucose in urine, gout, accumulation of uric acid in joints, renal calculi is mass of crystallized salt of calcium oxalate into the kidney, and glomerular nephritis is inflammation of glomeruli. So A for 4. So option 1, yeah. 70% got the correct answer. Kavya, Saurya, fan of Shalini ma'am, doctors from AIMS, Aquarius, Shruti Bharadwaj and Kanamon. Moving to the next question. Use of an artificial kidney during hemodialysis may result in. Okay, now that's a good question. You can answer this. Yeah, your name is also on the board. So while you are using hemodialyzer or artificial kidney, you are removing the nitrogen waste, non-elimination of excess potassium ion. It will be eliminated, so that's not gonna be an answer. Reduced absorption of calcium ions will be the answer, and reduced RBC production, that also will be included. So C and D. Option 1, let me check how many of you have marked is as option 1. 50% of you have marked as option 1, Shreyansi, Shruti and Shwati. Okay. So basically, while you are performing hemodialysis means your kidneys are failed. So if your kidneys are failed, it is unable to convert vitamin D into corticosterol, the activated form of vitamin D, which is responsible for calcium absorption from gastrointestinal tract. That's why it's gonna hamper this particular function, and also JG cells from your kidney gonna produce erythropoietin, and if your kidneys are failed, but if you are doing hemodialysis as well, but this function cannot be replaced back. So that's why we got the answer. Next. Next question, which is the following factors responsible for the formation of concentrated urine? Sharing the poll, you can answer. Secretion of erythropoietin, hydrostatic pressure during glomerular filtration, low levels of antidiuretic hormone, maintaining hyperosmolarity towards the inner medullary interstitium in the kidney. So if you talk about a healthy kidney, you have to maintain osmotic gradients from hypoosmolar to hyperosmolar from cortex towards medulla. So yes, D or option 4 gonna be the correct answer. And let me check, 87% of you got it right. Shreyansi, Dr. Kanavan, Shurya, Shaib, Shuaib, Ronak, CECI. Okay. Moving forward to the next question. Presence of which of the following conditions in urine are indicative of diabetes mellitus? Easier one, direct line from NCERT. Diabetes mellitus, hyposecretion of insulin will be causing. B, yes, ketonuria and glycosuria. Ketone bodies in urine, glucose in urine. 89% got it right. Which of the following would help in prevention of diuresis, excess loss of water? Solve these questions. reabsorption of sodium and water from renal tubules due to aldosterone, atrial natriuretic factor, decrease in secretion of renin by JG cell, more water reabsorption due to under secretion of ADH. Yes, the option is A, and 71% got it right. Through DCT, reabsorption of sodium and water from DCT or PCT by the influence of aldosterone will be helping us to prevent diuresis by maintaining our blood volume, by restoring blood volume. Next question, nitrogenous waste is excreted in the form of pellet or paste by? Need quick answer for this particular question. Solidified nitrogenous waste are excreted by eurycotelic organisms, pavo, a bird. Yeah. So all of you are correct here. Moving to the next question. Okay. Another hidden line from NCERT here. It's about thyroid hormone. So we all know the different functions of thyroid hormone. It can increase oxygen consumption, it can increase basal metabolic rate, it can increase erythropoiesis, it will be affecting the menstrual cycle through the BMR regulation. But one function is given into the summary part of this particular chapter, the function of thyroid hormone. It will be regulating the development of CNS, central nervous system. That's why in case of hypothyroidism or the disease called cretinism, there will be mental abnormalities or mental retardation can be observed. Okay, during the time of embryonic development, if there is hypothyroidism, then obviously there gonna be a mental retardation due to the ill effect of central nervous system. Next question, assertion and reason. Assertion is saying nephrons are of two types, cortical nephrons and juxtamedullary, based on their relative position in cortex and medulla. That is true. Now it's saying that juxtamedullary nephrons have short loop of Henle, whereas cortical nephrons have longer loop of Henle. Easy question. So basically option A is true, reason is false. Option 2, yeah. 66% of you got it correct. Moving to the next question. Another easy question from animal kingdom, match the column type question. Tinea, they have phlegm cells. Paramecium, they have contractile vacuoles. Periplaneta, they have uricose gland as excretory structure. Ferritima, they have nephridia as excretory structure. So B is the correct answer, and all of you are correct regarding this question. Moving forward to the next question. Which of the following statements are correct? Sharing the poll. You have to answer. An excessive loss of body fluid from the body switches off the osmoreceptor. It will be switching on the osmoreceptor. ADH facilitates water reabsorption through prevent diuresis. Correct. ANF causes vasodilation. Correct. ADH causes increase in blood pressure. That is also right. ADH is responsible for decreased GFR. It's responsible for increasing GFR. So it's B, C and D. Option 1 will be correct. Option A. So 28% of you got the right answer. Moving forward to the next question. A statement. In the nephron, the descending loop of Henle is impermeable to water and permeable to electrolyte. in the nephron, the descending limb, that is false. The proximal convoluted tubule is lined by simple columnar brush border epithelium and increases the surface area for reabsorption. The proximal convoluted tubule. Okay, let me share the poll. I will be ending soon. Both are false, yes, because these are not simple columnar brush border, these are simple cuboidal brush border. So both are false. Both the statement are false. Option D is the answer. 70% got it right. Next question. Choose the correct statement given below regarding juxtamedullary nephron. Juxtamedullary nephron, loop of Henle of juxtamedullary nephron runs deep into the medulla. Correct statement, that is correct. Juxtamedullary nephrons are located in the columns of Bartney. No, juxtamedullary nephrons outnumber the cortical nephrons. There are more cortical nephrons. Renal capsules, corpuscles of juxtamedullary nephrons lies into the outer portion. Never. So this is the right answer. Option A. We got the right answer from all. Next question. Diuresis is prevented by renin from JG cell via switching of the osmoreceptor. ANF. Diuresis prevented by vasopressin from neurohypophysis from posterior pituitary. ADH can prevent diuresis. Moving forward to the next question. Yeah. Concentrated urine is formed due to the counter current mechanism in nephron. Concentrated urine formed due to the counter current mechanism, that is a true fact, and counter current mechanism helps to maintain the osmotic gradient in the medullary interstitium. Cortex is hypertonic and medulla is cortex is hypotonic and medulla is hypertonic. So both the statements are correct here. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct for this particular question. Name the ion responsible for unmasking the active site for myosin for cross bridge formation. Now answer this particular question. Which ion is responsible for unmasking active site during the time of muscle contraction, prior to muscle contraction? Option A, calcium ion. And one more thing related to this, for muscle contraction, if you are asked which all ions are responsible for muscle contraction for the whole and soul mechanism, you need calcium ion as well as magnesium ion. Next question. Osteoporosis, an age related disorder of skeletal system, may occur due to decrease level of estrogen. Basically it happens into the post-menopausal women. Next question. I am sharing the poll for particular question. Out of X pairs of ribs in human, only Y pairs are true ribs. So what will be the correct answer? Now we are left with only 5-6 questions. More the questions we will be practicing, that will give us more accuracy and speed. So the answer is X pair means 12 pairs of ribs and 7 pairs are true ribs. So option A is correct one. Twelve pairs of ribs are there, right? That's why this option 2, 3 and 4 are incorrect. 7 pairs, first 7 pairs are considered as true ribs. Moving forward to the next question. calcium is important in skeletal muscle contraction because it uh, binds to the troponin and remove the masking of active site for myosin. We are done with similar kind of question. Now next question, which of the following muscular disorder is inherited? Quickly answer this question. Okay, I got the correct answer. Muscular dystrophy. That is the genetic one. And these are the person doctors from AIMS, Soria and CECI got it right. Myasthenia gravis is one of the autoimmune disorder. Okay, you have to select the correct option from these statements. Each rib is a flat thin bone and all ribs are connected dorsally. No, all ribs are not connected dorsally to the vertebral column and ventrally to the sternum. They are only true ribs. There are 7 pairs of vertebrosternal and 3 pairs of vertebrochondral and 2 pairs of vertebral ribs. Yes, option 2 is the correct answer. 40% got it right. Moving to the next question. RNA interference involves silencing of a specific mRNA due to the complementary RNA that binds to and prevent the translation of that particular mRNA. Reason is saying RNAi takes place in all prokaryotic organism as method of cellular defense. So assertion is true here, but RNAi takes place in prokaryotic organism, no, eukaryotic organism. So that's why option C is our correct one. Let me check, 87% of you got it right. Okay, another question, which is the particular type of drug that is obtained from the plant shown here? A, yes, hallucinogen. That is diagram of Datura. Okay, so with this we are ending for today. Tomorrow this channel will be coming with another live session for 150 most important questions of physics, and till then please stay tuned with PW NEET English. Bye bye and Jai Hind and good night everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy because your NEET is approaching really fast. Do not forget to take proper nutrients, proper sleep as well as focused manner of study. Welcome everyone. So this was the leaderboard. It was Shreyanshi, then Sanya, then Doctor from AIMS, then Kanavan, then Shaurya, then Pratiksha, Annapurna, Arumugam, Rajashri, Paramparik, Shruti Bharadwaj, Syed Aifa, Manisha, Priya Kumari, and so on. Okay, so signing off for today.